Good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeals hearing for April 6, 2021 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meeting, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows. Elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand raising icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see the hand raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be raised virtually. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Again, if you're connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Before we start, I'd like to take a roll call of members. Mark Fortune, Mr. Fortune.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Ehrlich.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Ruggiero.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Legris.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Dong.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome Sherry Dong, who is the newest member of our board. This makes the board complete, and we also have most alternates. So welcome, Ms. Dong. Mr. Hampton.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Fortune, it's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. The first order of business is the approval of the hearing minutes of July 28, 2020 and August 25th of 2020. We need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
On the first extension, calling BOA 787-634-500 to 502 East Broadway. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on May 10th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher of RCA LLC with the business address of 1156 Dorchester Ave. We're here today to seek an extension for 500 to 502 East Broadway. We're currently working on the final sign-off with the BPDA, and the permit drives are complete and ready to go. We hit some unexpected snags with COVID and the like.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
1 year
For 1 year
extension?
Motion to extend for a year beyond termination.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 832-215, 36 Spring Garden Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on May 3rd of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, again, James Christopher, RCA LLC with the business address of 1156 Dorchester Ave. And it's the same set of circumstances with this project. We're just about done, ready to move forward, but with COVID, we hit some unexpected delays.
May I have an extension, motion, please?
So a motion to extend beyond year of termination. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next extension, calling BOA 921-790, 97 Pierce Avenue. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on April 12th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Pulgini, 10 Forbes Road in Braintree, on behalf of the applicant. We're here seeking an extension to the written decision due to COVID. We're close. We just need a little bit more time.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year beyond termination. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next extension, calling BOA 909-744, 11 Ruggles Street. Madam Chair, this expired, well, it didn't expire, on March 29th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicant. This was an approval for a 6-unit new building on a vacant parcel between two.
So let me just ask you, Mr. Lacasse, is this your first request for an extension?
This is the first request for an extension on this.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion
Motion
for
to
1 year.
extend for.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, the G-Card, calling BOA 116-3202, 146 Beacon Street. This is a change of occupancy, a multi-unit to a single-family dwelling. The renovations and gut rehab, the violations Article 32, Section 4, G-Card applicability. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicant.
Okay, hold on. Christian, are you on?
Yes, Madam Chair, good morning. Madam Chair,
morning.
members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both the BWSC approval and no harm letters.
May I have a
Okay,
motion?
we also have the letters.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, for G-Card, calling BOA 116-6902, 535 Newbury Street. This is a renovated existing building, convert from a current 4-unit use to 6 units. The violations Article 32, Section 4, this is in the G-Card applicability. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, I'm recusing myself on this, Ligris.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston, representing the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Simonelli?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both the BWSC and no harm approval letters.
Madam Chair, we have the letters as well.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the 9:30 hearings for deferrals or withdrawals only. Please just give me the address, name it afterwards.
61 Boardman Street, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. 61 Boardman, calling BOA 106-9141, 61 Boardman Street. Name and address for the record.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is our first request for an extension. We have some outstanding issues we are trying to address with a few direct abutters, and we feel that the time would be most beneficial if we could take a short deferral.
May I have a deferral in June or July, because I just want to make sure that the message gets across that having an item on the agenda is something that should be used in a positive fashion rather than just coming in for deferrals. And this is not related to you specifically, Mr. Lenz, but to all the deferrals we're seeing. So may I have a motion?
Motion to defer no earlier than June or July 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? The date, please.
We have a date of June 29th at 12:30.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Address, please.
297 Newbury Street, Ward 5.
Okay, hold on 2 seconds here. For the record, calling BOA 112-1608, 297 Newbury Street. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Tracy from O'Neill and Associates in Boston, consultant on the proposal with a business address of 18 Tremont Street.
Are you requesting a deferral too?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, this is our first request, and we are respectfully asking for a deferral because although we engaged in a robust public process with Mayor Walsh's office, and we were proud to gain their support, we feel more outreach and dialogue is needed with the current mayoral administration and some other elected officials.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So you'll have a date of June 22nd at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Address, please. Hearing none, I'm going to go to the first case, calling BOA 114-1109, 121 Hobbs Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 2 to a 4-unit residential dwelling, constructing a 2-story vertical addition with new rear decks and roof deck. The violations, Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling 4 units is forbidden. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restriction. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Gary Carter, who's with us. Also is Scott Trenier from Chewing Company, is the architect for the project. While the presentation is being called up, Madam Chair, this involves a renovation of a pre-existing 2-family dwelling. This property actually was a 3-family dwelling, which suffered a casualty about 20 years ago. It was actually originally a 3-family dwelling, 3-story building. Our proposal would maintain the existing structure, create a vertical addition, and change the occupancy from a 2-unit to a 4-unit dwelling. The units are all 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and range in size from about 990 square feet up to about 1,050 square feet. We do propose no parking on the site. However, we did work that through with the community process. As you can see from some of the slides that we have here, this is located directly across the exit of the Callahan Tunnel. There are no residents on the other side of the street from this property.
So hold on, Counselor, is this beigey yellowish building that we see in front of us?
That would be probably the color, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We can probably
Go ahead.
scroll through, right? We do have a rendering showing what it would look like in context. I think the next slide coming up here. So there are a number of multifamilies along that section of the street. There is also some commercial and healthcare uses. The East Boston Neighborhood Health Center is located towards the corner. But looking directly across the street, this property looks into the entrance and exit of the Callahan and Sumner Tunnel. So the left side of the street has no residential use or no structures. By way of relief, first of all, this is in a 3F 2000 district. We are proposing a multifamily, so we do require relief for the use. This sits on a 2,500 square foot lot. Minimum lot size would be 2,000 square feet. However, the additional units that we're proposing would require relief. Our floor area ratio that we're proposing is 1.96. That's in excess of the 1.0 allowed. And the total height of our building for the addition is 43 feet, with 35 feet, 3 stories is allowed. Our front yard is a modal setback. It's the existing condition. We're not changing anything with respect to the existing 2-family structure. However, we are cited for front yard setback because of the addition and where that sits in relationship to the front property line. But it will be in line with the existing building that's there. With respect to the side yards.
So, Mr. Lins, is there a roof deck proposed?
There is, and we do propose a head house, and I wanted to at least take these on a case-by-case basis. I know the board's position with respect to head houses, but understanding what the neighborhood context is in the view corridor from directly across the street for this property, we are proposing to access this by head house. Certainly willing to hear the board's concerns over this, but we feel that this site has somewhat of a distinguished location as opposed to being in the middle of a neighborhood and having more impact for that sight line. It may be in this slide deck as well, we do have a sketch showing what the sight line would look like from the street and from the rear yard, that we've done the best we can to hide that roof deck more towards the middle of the upper level so that it's not visible from the street.
And is there any occupancy proposed for the basement?
No, this isn't a flood zone. One of the reasons why we're maintaining the existing structure, we do have the elevation of that first level above the base flood elevation, so we're not proposing any occupancy in the lower level.
Thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are adequate. They are showing, quite a bit of additional height above the zoning height because of that head house and some additional height. So I think it's something we should look at and consider. And this view is a good one where you can see that additional height is now counted in the 43 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on November 18, 2020, where the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters, and this proposal received support from Maverick Central Neighborhood Association, and we also received 16 letters of support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 17 letters of support.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check. Is Patrick Lyons going to speak on this or not? Patrick?
No, I am here to speak on a Hanover Street.
Thank you. Given that information and given our long-standing policy, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with 2 provisos, BPDA design review, and that the head house be replaced by a hatch.
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Ehrlich, can I add one more? With no building code relief or MAAB relief, I'm not sure how the walk-up for the 4 units will work with accessibility entrance. So I'd like to make sure there's not a zoning or a building code or MAAB code relief required.
Okay.
I accept both of those changes, yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 114-9723, 197 Hobbs Street. This is raise the existing structure and erect a 5-unit residential dwelling with decks and parking for 4 vehicles. The violation is Article 25, Section 5, it's the flood hazard district. Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, the MFR is forbidden use in the 3F200 sub-district. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking loading requirement. Article 53, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Crespo Construction. With me is Tria Larrea. She's the architect with Joy Street Design. Madam Chair, as the secretary indicated, this involves the demolition of the existing three-family dwelling, which you can see here in the center of the screen. We're proposing to replace that with a 5-unit, 4-story structure, which will be intended to be occupied for condo living. The unit sizes range from 1 bedroom up to about a 3-bedroom, anywhere from about 625 square feet up to about 1,200 square feet. This is also located in 3F 2000 district. It is surrounded by a number of other projects that are similar in size, height, and scale, including new construction that's located directly across the street. We're not proposing any roof deck in connection with this project. We do propose to have 4 parking spaces at grade in a garage. This is also located in a flood zone, so no living space will be located below base flood elevation. By way of relief, we do require relief for the use. We are proposing a multifamily use in the 3F 2000 district. We also require relief for the additional lot area that's necessary. Under the 3F 2000, we do meet the minimum lot size requirement, but not the additional lot for each dwelling unit. Our proposed FAR is a 1.63. That's above the 1.0 that's permitted, so relief necessary for that as well. Total height of our building is at 40.75 feet. And again, no head house or roof deck being proposed in connection with this project. 35 feet is the max. And again, the number of stories being proposed is 4 versus 3 that's allowed in the district. We do propose a total of 4 parking spaces. However, based upon the calculations, 8 would be required. And again, this is something that we explored with the community, and there was no specific objection to the proposed parking that we were proposing for this particular project. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm very interested in your rear yard insufficiency because I just want to make sure that your rear abutters are not overly impacted by this proposed construction.
Yeah, so we can jump back to the site plan. I think that the rear stairwell actually is about 4 feet from the, I think we do have elevations as well. The rear stairwell goes to about 4 feet of the rear property line, and I believe we're about 18 feet from the building itself to the rear property line.
And what's required?
30 feet for this district.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I have one question on, so the parcel next door to the left, that's not part of this project, but it's vacant, is that correct? Or it's empty?
That is
okay.
my understanding, Mr. Robinson, that's correct.
And there's an existing curb cut that's, you can sort of see in this plan that looks a little bit weirdly aligned with the property line, and I see a car in that bit. So are you moving that curb cut? Because I see the new one shown, but I don't see the new one closed.
Yeah, I believe Public Works will require us to close up the one that will no longer be in use.
Okay.
To an extent, yeah, we only require one.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, Attorney Lins, so we have 4 parking spaces, 2 of which are compact. I'm trying to read on the plans. There's 7'6", and there's a single driveway exiting that garage. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Liebers.
And what is the width of the proposed curb cut for your garage?
I believe it's a 10-foot width.
It looks like 12 on the plan. Mr. Robinson, can you give better representation there?
Yeah, it is shown as 12, but you're right. Usually the 12 dimension is to the outside of the kind of curb. So I agree that we should ask them to look at reducing that in terms of the clear width.
I think 10 is all, we just require 10, so yes.
Yeah, 10 would be, I think, yep.
I'm good, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I have a couple questions for Mr. Robinson. This is a three-story district. Both the height and the design appear to be somewhat out of context with what is in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I would say it's of a contemporary context. I do think some of the proportions are similar. I mean, with the fourth floor is obviously what's sending it out of its height. That is pushed back considerably with some outdoor space. So I think the window proportions and the spacing look somewhat similar, although I agree it's a contemporary take on it. So.
Yeah, no, which is not necessarily bad. It just seems like a little bit of sticks out like a sore thumb. But the height, from what I can tell from Google Maps, it seems to be the only building that would be in that height in the area. Am I right or wrong on that?
That's my assessment too. Yes, it is a little bit taller than the other parcels. It does. The first floor is at the ground, where some of them are walk-ups and some are at the ground. So I think it's a little bit of a balance. But yes, it is definitely taller than most around.
Yeah, and I think the difference too is that this is in a flood hazard district, and I think most of those buildings were constructed prior.
I would agree with that, Madam Chair. Yep.
Madam Chair, I could just add, there are at least 7 new projects in this section of Harv Street that are at least 4 stories in height. Again, similar reasons with the parking at the lower level, being in the flood zone, and obviously taking advantage of trying to utilize that 4th level and setting it back a bit. But there are a number of projects this board has approved specifically because that flood zone is prevalent in that section of Harv Street.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, this proposal received support from Maverick Central Neighborhood Association, and we also received 10 letters of support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have a comment from Bill Masterson. Bill, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Bill Masterson, 65 Lewis Street, member of Maverick Central Neighborhood Association. Attended the hearing for this project during the Neighborhood Association meeting. The developer had indicated that they would be willing to install a street tree in front of the project. I just wanted to get a comment on that.
Madam Chair, that is correct. And again, I qualify the installation of street trees subject to Parks and Recreation and Public Works, but we have no issue with that. We would be amenable to that.
Okay, let's go ahead. Are there any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, just before you, we have 11 letters of support.
Jeff, do you want to go on the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Jeff Hampton, Boston Planning Development Agency. We recommended denial without prejudice. A couple of reasons. One was the backyard situation where the stairs came down, so close to the rear lot line. The other was contextually, like Mr. Robinson and Mr. Ehrlich had brought up earlier, that this would be, a bit higher than the rest of the street. We also understand, that none of this is, going to stay the same forever. We just think that the height is too big, and unlike 121 Harv, where it was change of occupancy, this is a tear down and going up, to 5 new units, and we think that the number of units is excessive.
Thank you. Okay, so given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make it. Oh, go ahead. I would make a motion to approve, subject to closing the existing curb cut, reducing the proposed one to 10 feet. and BPDA design review.
And do we want to pay attention to that rear yard? Because from the stair to the property line is only 4 feet. So the abutters, in essence, have no privacy.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add, if Mr. Ligris is okay, that they can, maybe they can look at reconfiguring that rear stair to increase the rear yard setback as much as possible. I think there seems to be some options for that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next two cases. Calling BOA 116-4405, 353 to 355B Hanover Street. There is a companion case for building code BOA 116-4409, 353 to 355B Hanover Street. This is to expand the existing restaurant to use in the second floor. The violation is Article 54, Section 12. Restaurant located on the second floor is forbidden. And this is for building code. This is to expand the restaurant to the second floor. The violation is the ninth edition, 780 CMR 101, 521 CMR 17.5 dining areas. All dining areas, including raised or sunken dining areas, mezzanines, lodges, and outdoor seating areas shall be accessible. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dennis Quilty, attorney McDermott, Quilty and Miller, representing the property owner, Richard Travaglione, who I believe is on this morning, with me as well as the project architect, Mr. Pisani. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome, Mr. Pisani. We haven't seen you in a little while. For the board members, Mr. Pisani was a longtime architect for the board. As is our usual process, Mr. Quilty, please speak to the building code violation.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, can we get the slideshow updated? We're on a different case.
Yeah, I don't know what's, you got Boardman Street up?
Colette, can you please help us with that? Okay, let's, in the meantime, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Quilty.
I'm very pleased to be able to report that we have already met with the Architectural Access Board of the Commonwealth and have received a letter of support. I hope that this was provided earlier to the board. I don't know whether it arrived into your packets this morning.
Okay, let's hold on. Is it in the file, Mr. Fortune?
Madam Chair, I don't think we have anything to that extent. We have one letter of opposition, one letter of support. I don't see anything else.
Okay, so Mr. Quilty, we will take your word for it, and but please make sure you send that to the board for its record. May I have a motion?
If the board, yes, ma'am.
May I have a motion on building code relief?
I'll make a motion to support as long as we receive the MAAB letter.
Is
I'm
there
going to second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, let's get to the relief requested.
Yes, ma'am. So the relief is to allow the second floor of the building to be used for dining purposes and some food prep area. Interestingly, from a licensing food and beverage point of view, this area is already part of the licensed premise and has been for many, many years.
So, Mr. Quilty, can you please tell us seating for how many?
20 additional seats would be added in this area, which is presently the back of the house, if you will, prep area, storage, and the like.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
Thank you. The plans are great.
They are, okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Ma'am, I do want to say we did have...
Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is John Romano from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This proposal had received a support letter from the North End Waterfront Neighborhood Council and a letter of opposition from the North End Waterfront Residents Association. At this time, our office would like to go on record as support of this project.
Oh, I thought you were going to leave it up to the board. Thank you. Okay.
This is Patrick Lyons from Representative Aaron Mike Woods' office. We'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office, would like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, Secretary. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Secretary, as I stated earlier, one letter of support, one letter of opposition.
Excellent, writing a letter to BTT regarding 150 F Street a one-way by GoGo.
Sharon, can you please mute yourself? Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, can we hear what the Waterfront Association's opposition was based on? From the mayor's office?
Mayor's office was supportive, I believe.
Yes, but he said that the business association was in favor and the resident association was opposed. So I'm curious as to what.
Sir, like I have that letter here. I can read it if you like.
Well, just summarize. Don't read the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I know how to do that. This was the North End Waterfront Residents Association was opposed to it. Just prior to the vote, they had some serious public concerns regarding unclear and potentially inadequate and unsafe route to safety from the second floor. Concerns were also raised regarding increasing restaurant capacity in the North End.
Okay. Let's just see. Is there anybody else, Ms. Ambassador, to speak either in support or opposition?
Don't see any raised hands on my end.
Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'd like to second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 114-2756, 114 Union Park. This is to add a new one-bedroom garden-level apartment to an existing three-unit building, changing the occupancy to 4 units with an existing unfinished garden. The 3 other units in the buildings are existing and to remain. The violations, Article 64, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 64, Section 36, off-street parking is insufficient. And Article 64, Section 8.2, basement units are forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Derek Bloom, 784 Tremont Street in Boston. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm not sure when my video appears off, but I'll keep going.
Actually, you appear sideways.
Yeah, I can't even fathom what would be causing that, but if it's okay, I'll just continue.
Okay, yes, that's fine.
Never happened before. It's not me, I promise. It's the computer. So this is on behalf of Olive and Tom Riley. I'm the architect speaking on their behalf. This unit, just in brief, is already an existing basement with a 9.5 foot ceiling heights. It is on the garden level, so you enter it from the street down a staircase and you exit out the back at the level of the floor. There will be no change to the physical appearance of the building in any way. It already has all the windows and doors and things that would be needed to become a unit. It's just that it is not yet a unit. It's an empty floor with a laundry room and a finished lab. So.
And let's ask you a few more questions.
Sure.
Where are the utilities? Are the utilities in each of the units?
Yeah, well, no, I'm sorry. There's a mechanical closet you see in the lower left of this drawing that has multiple mechanicals, so hot water and heat for the upstairs, and there's a common laundry.
And so are those accessible independently from the unit?
They are now, and they will be in the proposed.
And what's the proposed size of that unit?
The unit's just shy of 1,000 square feet.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I do have one question for Mr. Bloom. I see the electrical panels are located right at the egress. Is that actually allowed? In this sort of piece, right by the main egress door there for the lower level? I'm just not sure, to be honest, so I just had a question. That was my only.
It's a good question. It's something, it's kind of a nuance that will probably be taken up during building permit. We have taken them out of the unit and put them back on the public side of the same wall where they currently are.
Okay.
So, but yeah, whether it needs to be enclosed or in some way fire rated or protected from the unit entry is still not clear to us.
Okay, that was my only question.
Looking into that, sure.
Yep,
No,
plans look good other than that, thank you. Yep.
And what's the floor to sill height in the bedroom?
Well, we're providing a platform to make it to code. So it's over the 44 inches now, but it will be under.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Are there any elevations that we can see?
In terms of the outside of the building?
Well, no, in terms of the unit in relation to grade.
You know, this is funny. So we thought that we would be able to show our screen today. So when we did the abutters meeting, we added some photos, and anticipating I wouldn't be able to share my screen, I have them on paper. So now that I'm sideways, I'll try to hold them up sideways. And is this upright for as far as you're seeing it?
Yes. Okay, we got it.
I'm holding it sideways. So that is the front, which is just, you know, you see the stair up and the stair down to the two units. And then, sorry, this is very low budget presentation I'm doing here. And then how would I show you the back? So that's the front again. Here we go. Here's the back. So you walk straight out at grade front to the garden level in the back.
Does that satisfy you, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, I couldn't really see it, but I mean, I just, you know, sometimes the word garden level really means garden level, and sometimes it's a euphemism for basement. And
No, it's true.
This is more of a, this is an actual garden level.
Yeah.
I did check that a little bit. I didn't know the dimensions, but I think this one is a little bit more closer to a real garden level, actually, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Does this have to be approved by the South End landmarks?
There's no change to the exterior of the building. We did go through the neighborhood and abutters process.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Crucioli from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held on January 13th, 2021, where support was shown by the abutters. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam of the Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councillor Flink's office. The councillor would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, City Councilor in East Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
On the next two cases, calling BOA 115-2943, 33 North Square. There is a companion case for building code BOA 115-2948, 33 North Square. This is a change of occupancy from a cab office to a restaurant, expand the existing restaurant space at 33 North Square into 37 North Square for extra seating, and install a fire separation door. The violation is Article 54, Section 12. The use of a restaurant is conditional. This is for building code. This is the change of occupancy from a cab office to restaurant, expand restaurant to 37 North Square. The 9th edition, 780 CMR 706, firewall, 706.11, party walls, any wall located on a lot line between adjacent buildings which is used or adapted for joint service between the two buildings shall be constructed as a firewall in accordance with Section 706. Party walls shall be constructed without openings and shall create separate buildings. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dennis Quilty, attorney at McDermott, Quilty and Miller, representing the restaurant applicant, Nino Trotta, who is on the hearing this morning, as well as our building consultant, Anthony Virgilio. Good morning again.
Good morning. So please, again, let's go to the building code violation.
Yes, ma'am. The request is to utilize 275 square feet of the adjacent building at 37 North Square, which immediately abuts the existing restaurant Forcella at 33 North Square. The space has been vacant for nearly 20 years, was formerly retail space. The safety aspect here is the creation of a fire-safe door between the two walls, which has the ability, and I think Mr. Virgilio can better describe this, to communicate that the door opens automatically in the event of a fire or smoke, et cetera, in the space. But I would defer to Mr. Virgilio, who is with us this morning, to give the board a definition, or description rather, of the fire safety aspect. Mr. Virgilio, present, and can he be heard? Hello.
Yes, please go ahead, put your name and address on the record, Mr. Virgilio.
Virgil? They haven't, oh my God.
Okay, so I guess my question for you, Mr. Quilty,
Yes, ma'am.
is that if you found a solution to the issue, do you need building code relief?
I think, excuse me, I think we would provide, or be able to provide, a code report that the condition would be safe with this fire safety door. I don't know where to find Mr. Virgilio at the moment.
Okay, so
I'd certainly be happy to provide it to the board subsequently.
Okay, Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Given that they are proposing a fire door,
Yes.
Automatic open in the event of a fire, do they then need the relief for building code relief?
You're asking my exact question. I mean, I actually believe that the door would be on a automatic closer in the event of fire, not an opener.
Yes.
To basically.
I'm here, Dennis. I'm here.
Continuation.
Oh, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Virgilio is present apparently. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so hi, everybody. The door is on a magnet, and the fire alarm system will release the magnet. The door will shut as soon as the alarm is set.
Okay, so Mr. Virgilio, let me just ask you, if you have a solution to this problem of building code relief and firewalls and party walls, do you in fact need this relief from this board?
I believe the building department is asking for it.
Okay.
Exactly.
Why?
Exactly the case.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Ehrlich. I don't understand why. I mean, obviously there's a rating requirement between the two buildings. I understand that. And the connective door on an automatic closer tied to the fire alarm system, I would assume would be adequate. So I'm not sure either why would we need to grant relief for that.
It's
So
more
let's
than
make-
adequate.
Madam Chair.
Let's make a motion for denial, please.
Madam Chair, Kevin O'Connor, I believe that they do need the relief. The violation as cited from the building code refusal is that there shouldn't be any openings in the party wall. So the door would be an opening, although they're providing one that's mitigating the danger by creating the opening, they still need relief to have that door there.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So the door, if the door functions properly, it alleviates the fire safety concerns. But having been cited, I think the previous statement is exactly correct. And so the board understands the expansion will, it's a 12-seat expansion, 275 square feet.
I do not remotely claim to be a building code expert, and I understand why they would need relief if they just created an opening. But if they've created a solution for that opening, then I still don't understand why they need building code relief, because if those kinds of doors are consistent with what the building code calls for.
Because
Okay,
unfortunately, I think it's a catch-22 for the applicant.
Hold on, everybody. May I have a motion for denial? Because then I think we can take this up independently, should there be a compelling reason, but we are very reluctant to give any building code relief. So may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for denial.
Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. You're opposed? Okay. So let's go to the use of the space now, please, and talk about the restaurant use.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me, as suggested earlier, it's a very small addition, 275 feet, 12 seats. The existing restaurant is quite small. Mr. Trotta is a very, very well-known restaurateur. The restaurant has gotten rave reviews. We have full support, as we appeared before you this morning, from the two neighborhood organizations and from ONS. All of this was vetted over many months with zoning, et cetera, et cetera. So as we appeared before you this morning, we're fully supported in the community for the use. And we think it'll be a fine addition, especially considering that the space has been vacant for 20 years, and prior to that was another retail use. So we're not displacing any residential or any such thing. So we do think we come to you fully supported in the community for the use.
Okay, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is John Romano from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Both the North End Waterfront Neighborhood Council and the Residents Association are in full support of this project, and so is our office as well.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Counselor in East Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question before we depart?
Yes.
You had suggested, I'm afraid that this could be a catch-22 for this applicant, that if the building department still requires some form of relief, I think you indicated we could come back to you. Is there any way to expedite a return a visit on this issue if it's...
Counselor, this is Eric. I would just go to the state board and have a hearing. You can probably get that in 2 or 3 weeks.
That was an option as well. I
think it's probably a quicker and better option, to be totally honest with you.
Yep.
It seems like this should be a straightforward case for them, but I think it probably is better adjudicated by those folks. So.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calling next case, calling BOA 116-3239, 353 Dorchester Street. This is to erect a new 3-story building with 6 dwelling units. Violations, Article 13, Section 1, the lot area is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 13, Section 1, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the front yard's insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the rear yard's insufficient. Article 18, Section 3, the traffic visibility across the corner. And Article 23, Section 1, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston, representing my client and the owner of the property, Cullum Dunphy. Madam Chair, members, if this address sounds familiar and the project looks familiar, it should. This matter was approved by this board on November 17th of last year, exactly as is being presented again today. The explanation for that is that the project, when it had appeared before the board in November, had gone through a couple of transformations. It began as a 4-story building with the ground floor cafe and 5 residential units above. It was then transformed into a project with ground floor parking, still at 4 stories. It was finally changed through community process to a 3-story building with 6 residential units and nothing else. No parking, no commercial use. It was approved by the board.
So, Mr. Moranci, when this board looked at this in November, it was a 3-story, 6-unit proposal.
Correct. Yep, exactly as the board is looking at it today. The reason why it is back before the board is that at the time the board was approving it, that day, the plans examiner issued a revised refusal letter. But because it had begun as 5 residential units, as legally described, and became a 6 residential unit project, and conferring with the Inspectional Services Department, it was thought best to come back. We abandoned the application that had already been approved, submitted a new application.
So, Mr. Moranci, just tell us what the additional violation that was discovered by ISD.
It was there were 2 things. One was it had been advertised as 5 residential units, and by the time it got to the board, it had grown to 6 residential units. Therefore, it was believed that it should be re-advertised. And the cross-corner visibility violation was discovered by the plans examiner. So the revised refusal letter issued and was appealed. But it's the same plan set. It's the same building. It is a 3-story building containing 6 2-bedroom units, the smallest of which would be 869 square feet. The others are ranged from 900 to 949 square feet. The height of the building at 3 stories is 33.5 feet. The FAR is approximately 2.4. The zoning district here is an L district. It's one of the last vestiges of base code zoning left in the neighborhoods. The reason being why this isn't in Article 68, it's actually located within a bonus high density zone under Plan South Boston Dorchester Avenue. Obviously, my client is not.
So, Mr. Moranci, can you talk about the parking and the traffic visibility across the corner, since that is a new violation?
Yes, there's no parking. As I said, it began as a 4-story building with parking at grade, which probably would have been a reason to be concerned about cross-corner visibility. Dorchester Street is obviously a 2-way main thoroughfare. Woodward Street is a 1-way street, which is the corner street, the cross street, 1-way street heading down. So the cars would have come down Woodward Street and pulled into a garage fairly close to the corner. For that reason, and because the neighborhood did not want to see a 4-story building here, the ground floor parking was eliminated. This is about a 2-minute walk from Andrew Station, Red Line Rapid Transit. There is.
Hold on, Mr. Moranci. Was it approved with any provisos?
Proviso, I believe, was a BPDA design review at the time.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Secretary, I just wanted to, I know you mentioned the visibility across the corner, so Mr. D'Amico has spoke on this one. So I just want to read it in for the record from BTD.
Sure.
The only comment, the proponent to install a proper signage that will warn the driver of lack of visibility across the corner.
Okay, so there is no parking proposed, Mr. Moranci, correct?
There's no parking, correct, and there would be no traffic coming up Woodward Street. So it would only be approaching Woodward Street from the east along Dorchester Street on that side of the street, traffic turning down. And certainly my client would be more than willing to install a sign there, and it would be more, I think, for pedestrian benefit, for pedestrians on Woodward Street crossing the street, frankly.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. Would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam of the Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. the councilor would like to go on record in support based on a good community process and willingness by the development team to work with the neighbors and the Electric Square Civic Association, who is in support of the project as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, councilor to go on record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, before we go, hey, George, it's Jeff. Have these plans changed at all since November? I'm assuming no.
No, same plans exactly, Jeff.
All right, so whomever I gave you in November, please continue up with them.
I'll take it offline, but I'll contact Joanne. I don't think we had anybody, but I'll work with Joanne on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-5532, 4 Ward Court. This is an addition to the third floor, fourth floor roof. Third floor, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom on the fourth floor, and an office area rooftop deck. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restricted district. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, side yard is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the front yard setback is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Darren Ferguson. This is my wife, Sherry Ferguson. We're the homeowners of 4 Ward Court.
So tell us what you're proposing to do. First of all, is this a one-family or two-family?
It's an existing one family.
Okay, and tell us what you're proposing to do.
We're proposing to build a 3rd floor with 2 bedrooms and a master bath, and then a 4th floor bonus room with a patio deck or roof deck coming off of it.
Okay, so let's just see.
It looks like these are...
Tell us what your height will ultimately be with that, the quote bonus area, the 4th
So
floor.
it looks like these are the wrong plans that were updated. During this process, we had realized that in Article 423, the zoning had been increased to allowable building height of 40 feet and allowable FAR of 2. Our proposed finished building height is 38'10", and our proposed finished FAR is 1.46.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, so are you comfortable going ahead without the most recent plans?
We actually submitted them 1 week ago, and we're told that we were all set.
Okay, can you just, can you explain the change again? Just, sorry, so I can make sure I understand.
There were no changes to the actual plans. It was just to reflect the correct zoning for the MFR district.
I see.
Previously, the allowable height was 35 feet and the FAR was 1.5. In 2019, I believe Article 423 went into effect, which made the allowable height 40 feet and the allowable FAR 2.
Yeah, Mr. Robinson, it's Jeff Hampton at the BPDA.
Yep.
Just looking at the agenda, they're not cited for height or FAR. And
right.
The applicant is right. We did amend Article 68 to lower the height but increase the density. And if their plans haven't changed and they meet those requirements, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not listed as a violation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Madam Chairman, the plans are adequate. I think they're fine in terms of the scope.
Okay. And how many bedrooms in this proposed final plan?
The final plans would have 5 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms.
Okay, and this still is proposed to be a one-family?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a head house that I see? Please, Colette, can you back up one? What is this that's popping up at the rear?
This is the existing elevation. It shows our 2-floor.
I see, okay.
With, a head house that opens up to our roof.
Okay. So Colette, please show us the proposed. I see. Okay. And the plans are adequate, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I do want to caution this elevation. You're showing windows. I don't believe you can have windows on the property line for a building code, so you might want to just talk to your architect about the placement of those windows. But the plans are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Or in opposition?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record of opposition for this project based off community feedback, setting precedents for other small dead-end houses like this and the oversized head house. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flynn's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition based on feedback from neighbors and opposition from the Andrew Square Civic Association, who opposes this project due to quality of life issues and maintaining the character of the neighborhood. Neighbors also call attention to the high roof deck and head house as areas of concern. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office, would like to echo the sentiments of the mayor's office and Councilor Flynn's office and oppose this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, echoing the sentiments of the mayor's office as well as Councilor Flynn's office. Council to go on record in opposition.
Madam Chair, I have a raised hand by Mary Moore. Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 15 letters of opposition.
And I have a raised hand by Mary Moore. Mary, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address?
Moore, I'm an active member of the Andrew Square Civic Association. I live on Ward Street in South Boston. I've been asked to speak on behalf of the board and some members of the Andrew Square Civic Association, as well as some neighbors and abutters of the proposed project. We hope you've received and have had a chance to review the package we sent you last week. The proposed project is completely out of scale with the existing 2- and 3-story structures in the immediate vicinity. You can see the existing conditions on attachment 6 of the package we sent you. This project would overwhelm.
Ms. Moore, thank you. We understand the gesture because we also looked at the plans. Is there any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, if I may, we also
No,
had...
hold on. Are there any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, there is not.
Is this?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I see a John. I'm sorry. John, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address?
Yes, my name is John Pikatowski, lifelong resident at 10 Jenkins Street, South Boston, Massachusetts. Just a little clarity, it was the project in front of us today. It's not a matter of time. Obviously, in the text amendment number 470 back in 2016, the amended height to 40.
So, sir, are you in support or in opposition?
I am in opposition for the reasons that Plans Examiner Mark Joseph cited.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, 1 minute of rebuttal, please.
Thank you. I had included a zoning plan and study we did in the neighborhood, and there are a number of current and existing homes or buildings that are right around 39 feet. I'm not sure if they can pull that up on the screen.
No, it sounds to me that the issue that people are having is the oversized head house and So given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So, that this means that you can come back with another project within a year, okay? Good luck, Mr. Ferguson. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Be able to revise our drawings and come back next month?
Talk to the staff offline while we move ahead with our agenda. Okay? Thank you.
Calling our next case, calling BOA 116-3303.
What just happened?
Let me just repeat that because I heard an echo. Still hear an echo. Calling the next case, calling BOA 116-3303, 2-6 Redfield Place. This erect 3 attached townhouses. The violation is Article 50, Section 29. The floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the front yard is insufficient, and Article 50, Section 29, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please. Is Redfield Place on?
Don't see any comments in the chat.
I will come back to that one, Madam Ambassador. Calling the next case, calling VOA 102-1131, 1644 Dorchester Avenue. This is erect a 3-story, 9-unit building with 13-car garage, side and roof decks. The violation, Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Tim Johnson, architect, 599 East Broadway, Boston. Madam Chair, members of the board, on a 9,304 square foot lot in a multifamily residential / local services subdistrict, we're proposing to demolish an existing mixed-use building and erect a 3-story, 9-unit residential building with a 13-car garage. Of the 9 units, 1 will be an affordable unit. All units are 2 bedrooms with 11 to 1,200 square feet. All units have a front or side balcony, and the top units have dedicated roof decks. However, we would like to replace the head houses shown with bulkheads with roof doors, thus removing the height violation. We are also seeking relief for FAR. Required is 1.0, we are at 1.2. Front yard is 5 foot. The building is set back 5 foot, however, the front entry balconies encroach into the front yard. And finally, rear yard. The building is not parallel to the rear lot line, so we're required to be set back 22.5 feet. Our setback varies from 3 to 11 feet. And finally, we submitted letters of support from Director.
Okay, hold on. So please, a couple of questions. So you've removed and so these, are these the most updated plans?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Oh, well, yes, Madam Chair.
Do I see a head house up there?
Yes, ma'am. We are proposing to remove these head houses and replace them with bulkheads. We know the board would require that, and it would remove a height violation.
Okay, so then, thank you. So the question then becomes your rear yard, because if you are between 3 and 11 feet from your property line, what does it do to your abutter, your rear abutter? That's one question. Mm-hmm. And the second question is, can you explain how the parking is proposed to work?
Yes, of course, Madam Chair. Here is the rear elevation. As you can see, as we go up, we set the building back, and we shot several 3D views for the rear abutters at 4 Elm Lawn Street and 8 Elm Lawn Street.
Is that included in the package?
No, Madam Chair, that was after the abutters meeting. However,
so can you direct us to the correct plans that would show us what you're explaining?
Yes, Madam Chair. Right here is the rear elevation, which is up on the screen. So this would be the elevation seen by the rear abutters. And we set the building back as we go up. So we do not have one monolithic elevation.
Okay, excellent. And how about the parking?
Yes, Madam Chair. We are using an existing curb cut. We can go down to the garage floor plan, please. We're using an existing curb cut and generating 13-car garage. The spaces vary from 9 by 19 to 8 by 18, as shown on the plan.
And you have a ground floor accessible unit. This is not an elevator building.
This is not, Madam Chair. Besides an affordable unit, we are also providing an accessible unit.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. They do show the head houses, as we've clarified, and just so the members of the board understand, so as they step back, it looks like about an additional 5 feet of step back above floor 1. So I guess the 3 effectively comes 8 maybe, and the 11 becomes 16 as you move up above the first floor.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. Mr. Johnson, this is, I'm just curious, if you knew that the board had a certain policy around head houses and it also removed the height restriction, why was it drawn in the first place?
This project, on the drawing set, you can see the issue date was August of 2018. My client put this on the shelf for a little while, and they were already submitted to the board. So in future, I do not show head houses, but this was a 3-year-old project, sir.
Okay, all right. Not that it really matters for our decision, but and on the parking on this slide, which are the undersized parking spaces? Because if there are those 2 in tandem alongside that wall, I'm not sure if you can fit it. What are those 2? The dimensions on those 2?
Those 2 would be 8 by 18, as are the other ones next to them, facing the rear.
Yeah, I mean 8 by 20 is sort of the standard, right?
Yes, 8.5 by 20. Yes, sir.
8.6. Yep.
Only 11 spaces are required, so we could get rid of one of those parallel.
It just the way it looks to me is if there's a car parked in that toward the rear there, one on the left, the 2 on the side there wouldn't have a prayer getting out.
Well, if you look a little closer, those are columns as well. So shown on the drawing. So effectively, it's impossible. It's permanent parking. So I think we need to.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I just would like to say only 11 spaces are required, so we could make sure there are no columns in any parking spaces.
Okay. Well, I still think that I mean, as you said, you've got the number required, but I think there's no point in pretending that both of those cars can be there.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was an abutters meeting held on February 25th of this year with direct abutters to this property in attendance. The applicant has continued outreach to the direct abutters to this property and has addressed concerns related to the head houses, the screening and buffering in the rear, and the stepped back style of the rear of the building, and the parking concerns being addressed by the 13 parking spots rather, sorry. Although the applicant didn't receive the support of the St. Mark Civic Association, the mayor's office would like to go on record in support based on the support of the direct abutters. Thank you.
What was the opposition based on, please, Patrick?
I believe it was related to unit count. The Civic Association preferred 6 units. The direct abutters were comfortable with 9, given that one of those units was going to be designated affordable and accessible.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 1 letter of opposition.
And Madam Chair, I do have a raised hand. It was Doug Hurley, second. Okay, Doug, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Michael Douglas Hurley, 15 Penhallow Street, Dorchester. Extremely close to this location.
Are you in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, I'm in opposition to this. I am the president of the St. Mark's Area Civic Association. This Johnson and George Lafort presented at our last meeting. It was very contentious. It was an 18 vote against this project to a 1 vote for this project with our membership. A lot of members felt that that abutters that were not members spoke that they really didn't understand the project. They didn't understand what the color was. To me, the abutters were not for this project, and it clearly was voted as our vote was based on what some of the abutters were saying at our meeting. As 18 against and 1 for, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
May I have, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice. In the face of that much community opposition, I think that the applicants could come back with a more compatible set of, more compatible proposal.
So I'm going to second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose denial.
So this is Costa, who's opposed. Okay, motion carries, so it's been denied without prejudice.
Madam Secretary, 2-6 Reedfield Place is here. We wanted to go back to.
Okay,
All right, we'll get them out of the way. We'll take it back. Good call for the record, calling BOA 116-3303, 2-6 Redfield Place. This is erect 3 attached townhouses, violation Article 50, Section 29, floor area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the front yard's insufficient, and Article 50, Section 29, rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning.
Sean
My name is
Smith.
Harvey Buck. I am here for Buck Industry LLC, 25 Wheatland Avenue. Sean Smith is here to talk on behalf of the plans for me.
Sean
Mr. Smith?
37 Blake Street. Yes.
excellent. Put your
Thank
name
you.
and address on the record and tell us what you're proposing to do.
My name is Sean Smith, 37 Blake Street, Mattapan, Mass. We're proposing a it's a 3-unit townhouse. They're connected in a, it's almost like row houses. They end up in like a row section. The first two are about, the first two 3 bedrooms. The last one on the corner is a 5-bedroom.
So what's the proposed size of the 3 bedrooms? The average square footage?
It's approximately 2,000 square feet, and the one up on the corner is approximately 3,500 square feet.
Okay, so the 5-bedroom is 3,500 square feet, okay?
Yes.
So you have, let's see, so where is your proposed parking? Is that, and can you park?
Parking's on the first floor of the unit, actually in the unit on the first floor level.
Okay, so if that's true, what's the height of the building?
The height is
It's 34 feet.
34 feet, yep.
Okay, I see, okay. Can we just see what this might look like from the street level?
It's in the back. It's like a little private way off of the street.
And is this stick built or a prefab?
Stick built.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
I mean, the plans are pretty basic. I mean, they are not stamped by an architect, which it's indicated on the plans by the reviewer. So I think there's a little bit more work to be done on what's exactly shown. Can I just ask, so you have an inside parking space for each unit in a garage, and then adjacent to that is the common room. It sort of looks like, if you go up to the plan, I'm not sure what drawing it is, 205, so up a little bit. I just want to make sure I understand this one right here.
It actually would be a kitchen. What happened with the program, like the cabinets didn't show up.
Okay.
See right there in the corner, there's actually like a little kitchen area. So that would
So
be.
you come in. Yeah, you come in on the ground floor. You have your living room or whatever, and dining room and kitchen, and then you go upstairs to the bedrooms. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Understood.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
And we have an architect. We have an architect on board who we're gonna do the structure and everything for. This was just so that we could go through to see if it would get approved and everything. Just go through the board of appeal process.
Understand. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, have you done other developments in the city?
I've done, yes.
Yes, okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Video on. Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. Put your name and address on the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Jason Gant from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this project. They have completed the community process with an abutters meeting held on February 25th, where they addressed the concerns of the direct abutters.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have a raised hand by Brett Gallo. Brett, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address, please?
Thanks. My name's Brett Gallo at 47 West Cottage Street, just directly abutting this lot here. I'm curious unfortunately, I'm kind of new to this, but I think I may have missed the abutters meeting. Are there minutes or any documentation on those meetings that go on?
So have you seen the plans, or because this is basically where the rubber meets the road? So Are you in support or in opposition of the proposal?
To be honest, I'm just looking for more information. I can't say that I have like an informed opinion yet.
Oh, well.
I do have the plans. I requested those some time ago. I've been sitting with those. I figured I'd show up today because I got a letter about the Board of Appeals meeting, but I never heard about the abutters meeting.
Okay, so please, given that information, may I have a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Buck, Mr. Smith, please can you get in touch with the caller so that he's up to speed with what you're proposing?
Okay.
Sure, okay, no problem. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 116-1138, 91 Ashmont Street. This to confirm occupancy is a three-family, extend the front stairway, dormer for the headroom, replace the rear deck. The violations, Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Name and address.
Yo, get on FaceTime, nigga.
Please, Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, can you please mute yourself?
No, thank you. He's all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
Name and address for the record, please.
Teresa Burgess. I'm the owner.
Are you having somebody represent yourself on this?
Yes, the architect and the contractor is supposed to be on.
What's your names, Teresa? Maybe I can see.
The architect is Frank Aries.
Frank, okay, Frank is, no, Frank, okay, Frank, all right, I see it. Frank, you've been unmuted?
Thank you. I am not the architect, actually. I am the contractor.
Okay.
The engineer's name is Husmar, and he's on also.
Oh, okay, yep, I see him as well. Thank you. Husman, you've been unmuted?
Please put your name and address on the record and tell us what's being proposed.
My name is Husman Afshar from Taj Engineering. The proposed is it seems the extension of the exterior wall of an existing dormer about 4 feet in order to improve the headroom area and safety of the egress, because basically that dormer roofs upon an existing staircase that goes from lower floor to the upper floor.
So let me see. So tell us about Ms. Burgess, tell us about the existing building. How many units are in the building?
3.
3 units. Is there any occupancy proposed for the basement?
No, ma'am.
No, and can you tell us the bedroom count in unit number 1, number 2, and number 3?
2, and 1.
And number 3 has 1?
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. The applicant notified all of their direct abutters and reached out to the local civic association and received no comments or concerns at this time. So we'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 4 letters of support.
And Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank
Good luck.
you. Thank you,
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, everyone.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 114-3314, 11 Danforth 4th Street. This is a attic renovation, no structural work or change of occupancy, adding 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and interior stairway. The violation, Article 55, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive, and Article 55, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please. Is Danforth Street on?
It may be Kyle. Hold on. Kyle, you've been unmuted. Are you here for Danforth?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Kyle Martin from Kyle Matthew Construction. Also on the call should be our license holder, Giovanni Nardella. Representatives for homeowner Shira Carmen, 11 Danforth Street, Jamaica Plain, seeking relief for excessive floor area ratio, and also not meeting the side yard setback. 7 feet is what's currently required, and we're proposing 4.2 feet.
So could you hold on for a second? So describe what you're proposing to do. Are you proposing to put in a dormer, or what are you proposing to do?
We're looking to finish an existing attic space with 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. There is a dormer being added on the plans, but there are currently 2 dormers in the process.
And how many units in this building?
It's a 3-family dwelling, 3-unit condo.
So it's a 3-family. What's the proposed floor to ceiling height in that attic?
The proposed. Giovanni, are you on?
What's the last name? Giovanni what?
Nardella, but they might. They've been having trouble getting on today. I believe it's 9 feet.
Okay. So how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. There is a dimension and it's overlapping. It's a little hard. I mean, it isn't a pitch, so it appears plenty adequate for the dimensions I see on here.
Okay.
Yep.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santiana from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. And a butters meeting for this proposal was held January 7th, 2021, and the neighbors were very supportive on the call. They also received the support from the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, so the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Justin McCleary from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would also like to go on record in support. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, City Councilor Anissa Wasabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. The council to go on record in support.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 2 letters of support.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Do we need design review? I guess the BPDA has, let's just see, BPDA has requested design review.
Yeah, sure. I would add design review. Thank you.
And there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 827-450, 632 to 638 Center Street. This is a change of occupancy from 9 residential office retail to 18 residential 4 commercial space retail office, then construct an additional story. The violations, Article 55, Section 9, insufficient open space, roof deck. I'm sorry, roof deck's been removed. Article 55, Section 17, excessive FAR. Name and address for the record, please.
One second, I believe it's Joshua. Joshua, you've been unmuted. Are you here for this case?
I am. I just put up my hand, though. I'm not the presenter.
Oh, okay. Do you know who's?
Jessica, it should be Nancy Lowe.
Nancy Lowe, okay. Let's see. Okay, good. All right, Nancy, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address?
Hi, Kevin Joyce is the presenter. You can unmute him.
Okay. Kevin, you've been unmuted?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Kevin Joyce, I'm an attorney with Doherty Law Offices, 50 Franklin Street, Boston, Mass, for the petition of this morning. On the call is Andrew Zeroff, the owner of the project, Nayland Meestry of Meestry Associates, project engineer, and Nancy Lowe from my office. This project was approved by the BPDA board under Article 8 in February 2021. It has also received support from 17 direct abutters.
So, Counselor, that's all well and good, but please explain to us what is being proposed here. Is this, Mr. Ehrlich, is this project one that was a hole in the ground for a very long time next to the health center on Center Street?
I'm not, it was 628. Where exactly on Center Street is this?
It's kitty corner and a little bit up from the post office.
Oh, I know the site you mean. Is that 628?
Across from the church.
Yeah, across from the church.
It's 632.
So please tell us what's being proposed then.
Well, we have a site as 6,513 square feet of land. We're proposing a 4-story building that will have 18,486 square feet of gross floor area. There'll be 4 ground floor commercial spaces, 18 rental apartments. 4 of the units are affordable at 65% AMI under the city's IDP policy.
Okay, can you tell us, Mr. Counselor, can you tell us, was this particular project before this board before?
Not to my knowledge. The appeal was filed in May of 2018. It received extensive review under the BRA small project review process. We've had about 30 meetings in the community and with the BPDA board. But to my knowledge, this is the only appeal. This stems from the filing that was made in 2018.
And so this was the spot that was vacant for a long time, and then adjacent to it is a 2-family dwelling. Is that what it is?
No, it sits between Greenview Avenue and Leicester Place. Previous to this filing, it had a permit to build a 3-story building, I believe with 9 units and some offices. And that project was underway. This project, they filed to do this, and that's what came before the board. At one point, it was stopped by the BPDA pending conclusion of the small project review process. So there's a partially constructed 3-story frame there. And as a practical matter, they'd extend that frame up 4 feet and complete the building, as I described.
And tell us about the size of the proposed units.
The architect, Nayland Meestry, would know exactly the size of the proposed units, but they've been approved by the BPDA.
I understand. Ms. Mystery, please tell us what the proposed, how many bedrooms and the proposed size of the units?
Darlene Mystery needs to be unmuted.
What's the name?
Darlene Mystery, Mistry.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. You've been unmuted?
Yes, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please put your name and address on the record. Tell us the sizes, the bedroom count and the proposed sizes of each of the dwelling units.
Yeah, we have a two-bedroom units. They are varied in the size by 909 to 932 square feet.
Okay.
And we have 12 one-bedroom unit, and they vary in the size from 630 minimum to 677 square foot.
Okay, and tell us about parking. How is parking going to be accommodated on site?
We have a total of, I'm sorry, Kevin. We have a total of 7 parkings with one handicap.
Okay, and are there any, and is this an elevator building? So are all the units handicapped accessible then, or?
All the units are handicap accessible, yes.
And is there a roof deck being proposed for this building?
I'm sorry, what was it, madam?
Is there a roof deck being proposed for this building?
There's no roof deck.
No, there's no roof deck. That
No
was.
roof decks proposed?
No, none shown on the drawing.
Causes the open space. That's what causes the open space violation. At one point, I understand that the neighbors asked that the roof deck be removed. They removed the roof deck.
Okay.
And that triggered the open space violation.
Okay, and these are going to be rentals? Is there any opportunity for home ownership here?
It was approved as a rental building. That was the agreement made with the BPDA.
Okay, let's just see. Okay, so the roof decks, the FAR, what is required and what are you proposing?
The required is 2.0. We're proposing 2.83.
2.83.
Yeah.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Madam Chair.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm being told by council that this project did come in front of the board in 2015, and it was dismissed.
Yes.
Dismissed without prejudice.
Yes, you know, I thought it looked familiar because I think it was not only this one, but the one next to it that came before this board. Can, Kevin, can you tell us what it appeared for in 2015, that it was denied without prejudice?
That I don't know. Maybe Nayland knows what that was about. I just don't know. Wasn't involved.
Madam Chair, the description
I
was,
think we
excuse me. The purpose listed was to demolish an existing one-story commercial retail structure, build a new 4-story mixed-use building, first floor retail, second floor offices and residential, third and fourth floor residential with 15 residential units.
With 15 residential units. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here? Go ahead. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santana from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The public meeting for this proposal was held on November 10th, 2020. There have been concerns regarding their community process. The Jamaica Pond Association voted to oppose, and the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council also voted to oppose. There has been significant opposition from direct abutters, so the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in opposition for this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We do have 11 letters of support and 2 letters of opposition.
And Madam Chair, I have 2 raised hands. Joshua, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Joshua Brandt. I live at 21 Greenview Avenue, and while I'm not a direct abutter, this project is at the mouth of my one-way dead-end street, so I've been directly affected by this project. I am pro-density, pro-development, but we have to oppose this project, and the issue is process. Developer here had permits in hand for a 9-unit, 3-story building, and instead chose to start construction on an 18-unit, 4-story building without having the permits in hand. And as a result, what that has led to is a stalled project, a hole in the ground for years, and essentially blight on Center Street. And it sounds like some of you guys are already familiar with what an eyesore this is, and to reward a tactic of building something you don't have permits for by ultimately granting those permits is a really dangerous precedent for the ZBA to set. I will acknowledge that Mr. Zuroff, within the last 24 hours, has begun a dialogue, at least with me, about some items. And for a project that's been going on for a few years now, I'm glad to hear. And I did encourage them to potentially defer to see if we can work something out. However, I think that, at the end of the day here, there is a process that the ZBA simply cannot reward of creating blight in order to extort more density for things that they didn't have originally permits for.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Justin McClary from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. Due to community opposition, which I think Joshua summed up pretty well, the council would also like to go in opposition.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty. Due to the opposition of the neighbors, council to go right in opposition.
Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I have a question before we make a motion. I thought the abutter's point was extremely well taken. If we were to deny either regularly or deny without prejudice, the developer could proceed with the permit that he has, isn't it correct?
He could proceed with the 9 units, and that feels like it makes sense versus the density of 18 units. So may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to. Okay. Second.
Is there a second? And the motion was straight denial?
Denial, yeah.
Yeah, if there's a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I'm going to call the next 4 cases into the record, calling BOA 115-26942 Church Street. There are 3 companion cases, BOA 115-26968 Church Street, BOA 115-26971 10 Church Street, and BOA 115-269 12 Church Street. This is for 2. 2, 6, and 8 are same purpose, and the only one that's a different violation, so I'm going to read it all into the record. 2 has 1 extra violation. This is to erect a single-family dwelling with 1 car attached garage. The violation is Article 56, Section 8, the lot area is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, lot width is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, floor area ratio is excessive. Article 56, Section 8, building height is excessive in stories. Article 56, Section 8, front yard is insufficient, front yard along Center Street. And Article 56, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. So, Madam Chair and members of the board, the purpose for 2, 6, and 8 are all the same, and the violation is all the same, with the exception for number 2 is the front yard along Center Street. And then I'm going to call, I guess I can call it, erect a single family. This is 8 Church Street. Erect a single family, 1 car attached. 10 Church Street. Erect a single family, one car attached garage. And then this is for 12 Church Street. This is in conjunction. The proposal is to subdivide newly lot C into 3 new parcels. New lot C containing 6,268 square feet. New lot D containing 6,268 square feet. And new lot E containing 6,266 square feet. The violation is Article 56, Section 8. The subdivision creates 3 undersized lots. This is a 1F 8,000 subdistrict, which requires 8,000 square feet minimum per lot. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Pulgini on behalf of the petitioner who is with us today, Tony Ferrara.
So tell us what's being proposed, because I think the applications are a little confusing. So tell us what, so we know that 2, 8, and 10 are proposed one family. What's happening on 12 Center Street?
So they're all, what happened, there is
12
only...
Church.
12 Church Street, there is only, so the, Mr. Ferrara purchased an 18,802 square foot lot from the Archdiocese. And he subdivided those lots. Prior to doing that, he had an abutters meeting to discuss with the neighbors what they would like to see. They wanted to see 3 single families on this property. As Mr. Fortune stated, the zoning in this neighborhood is 1 F 8,000. The lot sizes all break down just about the same: 6,268, 6,262, 6,266.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So two Church Street. What's the address? What's the square footage?
6266.
Okay. 8.
6262.
Okay.
And 10 is 6268.
And what's 12?
So 12 is just the subdivision. It's just an ALT.
Okay, I see. And this is, so there is no 12. So
No,
this
there's no, in total, Madam Chair, there's just 3 single-family homes being constructed on these lots.
I see. Okay. Can you tell us then? Can you tell us how many bedrooms? Can we see what this is going to look like?
Sure. If you scroll down, you can see the lot sizes there. Again, the neighborhood felt that it was consistent to have these lot sizes similar to what was in the existing neighborhood. I don't have control of the screen, so.
So this is right across from Holy Name, right?
It's directly adjacent to it, Madam Chair. There was a school there.
Madam Chair, these are already, they're in the process of already being built, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I can't figure, is that right? Or is that
That's on a different...
by the Bagel Stop and Continental that's going over the garages?
That's behind it.
That's behind it. Okay.
Correct. And those are bigger homes. So that was what happened with the community. They said we would like to see homes that are more reflective with smaller lots. I mean, they're nice homes in the street. They all are very nice homes in the street. So through that community process, we came up with the 3 single-family homes. As Mr. Fortune stated, it's 1 F 8,000, and it was the ALT that you referenced was just a subdivision. Instead of 8,000 square foot lots, the lot sizes which we just stated. With that, you have obviously frontage. 70 feet is required. Now, they're all just about the same, so I'm just saying they're within 6 feet of each other, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Lot sizes, 8, so they're all about 62, 65. Frontage is 70, averaging around 68 feet, 67 feet. Width is also 70, again, 67, 68. FAR 0.3, we're at 0.53. Height is 35, 2.5 stories. We're at 3 stories with 30 feet. The only reason being, Madam Chair, is this created a bonus room in the attic of these homes just for extra space if the kids want to go there, things like that. And it's not built out at all. It just has walls. But because the attic area is more than 50% of the second floor, that's constituted as another level. But the building itself is 30 feet, well below the 35 zoning requirement.
And tell us about the rear yard. What's required and what are you proposing?
Sure. So I'll just go through on 10 Church. Your rear yard required is 40 feet. We're at 3569. On 8 Church, again, 40 feet. We're at 37. And then on 2 Church, you're at 40 feet with 3713.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record support. We did have an abutters meeting back on February 3rd. There was a lot of neighbors in attendance, and they were supportive of this proposal. The applicant then went before the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council on February 23rd and received their full support as well. I've also received 11 support letters from neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Peter Favorito from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would like to go on record in support as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. Due to the abutters support in this project, the council to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Asabi Georgie's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 15 letters of support.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, before the BPDA recommendation is for design review with special attention to the roof line. I'm curious what Jeff means by that.
Yeah, I'm curious by that myself. Wish I had an answer for you.
I think what happens a lot is that I've noticed at least in this neighborhood is that people propose that, and then you know that the next step is dormers and possibly a second unit or more living space up there. All my neighbors have that illegal space in that attic, which they use as a bedroom. So.
Okay, I'll make a motion for approval with BPDA design review.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the last case for 9:30, calling BOA 112-0705, 223 Harvard Avenue. This is a change of use of basement to the real estate office and laundromat to 2 residential units for a total of 14 residential units. The violations, Article 51, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient, and Article 51, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Stephen A. Greenbaum, Nagel, Fisher, and Pagliatti, 200 High Street, Boston. I'm here to present what would amount to a conversion of existing space. Right now, these 2 spaces consist of a laundromat and a real estate office. The proponent, Peter Nassa, is on the verge of retirement and took a look at these and thought that it would be far more useful to turn these into residential units. The laundromat is essentially not being used anymore. He does no longer need the real estate office, and therefore the best use of this property, I believe, would be to turn it into residential units. I would also like to just comment, because I happen to be personally familiar with these units, because I actually did the permitting for the existing Liberty Realty sign. These are not apartment units as you might otherwise consider them. They're sort of like step-down units, but each one will be approximately 850 square feet. The laundromat space will be 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. The real estate side will be 2 bedrooms with 2 baths. We believe that this is the best used for this space.
So, Mr. Greenbaum, good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while.
Thanks. Very nice to see you as well, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, so just to get an understanding, that real estate office, does it appear to have a bit of a bump out, and is that proposed to be maintained?
That's right. We're not going to be doing any external construction. We're simply going to be repurposing the interior to make these residences.
And are the utility rooms separate from the units?
They are.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson? The plans are good, and I want to clarify, it appears there's also a rear egress. You can see this is the demolition plan, but the door in the middle at the back. So I think there's actually a second means of egress, but these are also more garden level, I would say, than they're not basement units. There is 8 feet of clearance as called out on the plans for the ceiling height in these spaces.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here? Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on the record of opposition to this proposal. So we conducted an abutters meeting on October 13th, where a number of abutters who are renters in the area participated. They expressed current concerns over the loss of the laundromat. For a lot of these residents, they live in units or buildings that do not have access to washers and dryers, and they rely on those laundromats to clean their clothes. We appreciate that the applicant attempted to find a solution with these tenants and offer them that in the future, maybe they could get access to the building and then also use the in-house washer and dryer for that building. However, our office is concerned about the long-term feasibility of that proposal. With the turnover of tenants, that might work for the initial crop of abutters, but might not work from a year from now if there's new residents that have moved in at the time. On Harvard Ave, there's a number of businesses that operate, commercial spaces that operate at that level, and a number of them are very successful, including the recent Tiger bubble tea that's quite popular in the area. We feel it's more appropriate to have commercial space at that location rather than residents. Although we do want to make a note that they did go to the Alston Civic Association and they did receive support from the ACA. So defer to the bird. Thank you.
Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Afternoon, this is Maura McCray from Councilor Breeden's office. We'd also like to go on record as being in opposition to this proposal. We are also concerned about the loss of the laundromat. Laundromat is an essential service in the neighborhood, and there aren't any immediately adjacent. They'd have to walk for at least 10 minutes to access that. So we are concerned about that. Thank you.
Moira, I have a question for you. So this is a request to change both the real estate office and the laundromat. So your concern is with the laundromat. Any thoughts on the real estate office?
We were not as concerned about that side.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, I do have a raised hand by William. William, you've been unmuted. Hi, hello.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Just got sent like.
Hi, Will. Hi, can you hear me?
Like a writing. Well, that's happened to me before too.
Hi, William Heffernan. Hello. All right, never mind.
Madam Chair, we have one letter of support.
Okay. So it sounds like this is the split the baby time. So may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to grant the variance for the real estate office to be turned into residential unit, but not for the laundromat.
And let's just see, the BPDA also has a number of provisions.
Not clear to me why they need building code relief.
Okay.
That's just something that we put on for any sort of basement. Anytime we see the word basement, whether it be garden level, like you said earlier in the hearings today, it's a euphemism for basement unit. So we just put it out there for no building code relief.
Okay.
Okay. So the motion is for approval of the real estate office, the denial of the laundromat, any other provisos? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Eric. I oppose.
Who's opposed?
Eric.
Eric is
Ligris.
opposed. And Costa's opposed. Motion carries. Motion carries. Thank you. So the meeting is now adjourned until 12:30. Any applicants requesting deferral or withdrawal, please let Ms. Ambassador know. Okay, meeting is adjourned. Feaster, how? Good afternoon. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for April 6th is back in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx platform. This meeting is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows. Elected officials, representative of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. I'm just going to repeat that for people who might be on the phone. Press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and addresses first, and then can provide the comments. Please, in the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Just as at our kickoff this morning, I'm going to just take a roll call again. Mr. Fortune.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ehrlich.
Here.
Mr. Ruggiero.
Present.
Mr. Ligris.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Robinson,
Good afternoon.
and I'd like to welcome Ms. Sherry Dung, who is joining us as the most recent board member.
Thank you, President.
Okay, Mr. Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the 12:30 cases. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30? All the cases at 12:30. Address before you start talking, please. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay. What was the address again?
4 Danny Road.
Okay, for the record. Calling BOA 105-6275 4 Danny Road. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Attorney John Barry from the law offices of John D. Barry. Office address is 400 Granite Ave, located in Milton, Massachusetts. At this time, members of the board, the owners have requested a formal withdrawal of their application.
I'll make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Fortune, are you calling the 12:30 rediscussions or just the 12:30 cases?
Yes,
This is
all of
attorney
them.
fees.
All of them. Address, please.
42 Shirley Street, Mr. Fortune.
Very good, Mr. Feaster. For the record, calling BOA 112-5330, 42 Shirley Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joseph Feaster from the law firm of McKenzie & Associates, 183 State Street, Boston, 02109. Madam Chair, I wanted to give a little bit of background for this because I'm going to be asking for an extraordinarily long deferral, and I will state the reasons for that. My client had filed this, the plans for this in December of 2019 and received a refusal letter in August of 2020. I became counsel with Mr. Bavis, who is the applicant here on this particular matter, sometime in January. During that time between his refusal letter and the hearings which was held on February 2nd, he had he had done the community process, reached out to the elected officials. Shortly before that, a request was made to the Landmark Commission to look at whether this property should be viewed from historical standpoint. Landmark hearing and made the determination that they were going to consider this property as to whether it had any historical significance. And in my conversations with Landmark, they are telling me they could take anywhere from 6 months in order to 9 months. This conversation initiated right before our coming to the hearing before this board on February 2nd, and it still continues to this day. And we've been asked, one, as you know, Landmark, we would not be able to do anything with regards to demolition of any of the property until Landmark's made this determination. We've been asked by the mayor's office in order to get the deferral, and we've also been asked by the State Representative Miranda and by the City Councilor in order to defer this.
Mr. Feaster, may I ask you then, if you so how many months deferral are you asking for?
Oh, I would be asking because of what the uncertainty because of Landmarks, and there's a discussion with the mayor's office in order to try to see if we can have work something out with the Eustace House, which is a neighbor adjacent to the property. I would be looking for the end of the year for deferral.
So let me just ask you, does it make sense to withdraw and then reapply? Because if you withdraw, it's denial without prejudice, and you can come in anytime you'd like with whatever updates you need to come in with.
Yes, I understand that that's a possibility. I'm always mindful of the cost to my client, and if one is withdrawing, he has to refile. And so that was the consideration. All of this is done. This came as a surprise to my client, and that's why I gave the background with regards to the timeframes involved, that this conversation with regards to historical aspects was sprung on my client in February of this year when he.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Feaster. Okay, board members, you've heard the request from Mr. Feaster. May I have a motion for deferral?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do we have December dates?
We have the last day in December is December 14th.
Okay. December 14th at 12:30.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the board.
Are there any other deferrals
Yes.
or withdrawals?
Mr. Fortune, John Pulgini, I have a deferral.
So what's the address, John?
It's 25 Vassar Street.
Okay. For the record, calling BOA 113-0282, 25 Vassar Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney John Pulgini, 10 Forbes Road in Braintree. Thank you. I'm sitting here, we had a community meeting. This is the second deferral. The first deferral, what happened was we had changed the proposal from from 4 units to 3 units. The plans just didn't catch up with the zoning board. So at that point, we deferred because the plans that Mr. Robinson, I think at the time, was reviewing were not the actual plans that were submitted to ISD. Subsequent to that, we went out to the neighborhood again. As we went from 4 to 3, the neighborhood came back and said they would like us to give one of those affordable. We received that letter last Wednesday or Thursday. So through the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, we had a long discussion and they would like us to go back out. So that's the reason for the deferral request.
So as far as the unit count, they are still comfortable with the 3 units. However, they are asking that one of those units be deeded affordable.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So what is there to prevent you from going ahead today?
Well, Owen has asked us to go back out to the neighborhood and have a conversation with the folks and see if there's something that we can work out with them. So,
May I have a motion for deferral?
So moved.
Give it a little time. Is there a second?
Second.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
We'll have a date of June 22nd at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30 cases? Hearing none, I'll call the first case, calling BOA 115-6143, 64 to 66 Gov Street. This is construct 2 rooftop L-shaped decks, 20 by 12. The violation is Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction and extension of a non-conforming building. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard. And Article 53, Section 52, access via exterior staircase. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Kyle Smith of KDS Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
So please tell us what's being proposed.
Madam Chair, just to, I guess, clarify the record, this condominium building and the condominium plans associated with it were created in March of 2020. This is not ground-up new construction. This is a pre-existing condominium building. There is currently existing stairs that access and permit access to the existing roof. There is an existing platform on the roof for which the proponents are electing to or looking to build roof decks for exclusive use reserved rights in the condominium documents for the top 2 units of the association, units 5 and unit 6. So we believe that we have been inappropriately cited for the violations that contemplate the extension of a non-conforming use and insufficient side yard setbacks because we are not modifying in any way the building envelope.
Okay, thank you.
An existing platform on the roof.
Hold on. Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are fine. It does indicate an existing stair to 2 separate. One question I have, so what's the access on, I guess, the 3rd floor out to from these 2 units? So this is 5 and 6 in terms of the upper level units, and they have access out the rear, and then they'll find the existing stair up?
Yes, it's a rear stairwell that services all units off the rear.
All units, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Can you get
So you can get from all units up to the roof deck? I mean, I understand they'll be deeded for 5 and 6, but you can you even get from like the ground all the way up?
I'll have to confirm that there is a representative who is familiar with the build out of the association. If you can provide access to him, he can speak as to access. But yes, I believe this rear stairwell services all units for emergency type egress and ingress to ground level.
So how do you prevent other units from using the roof decks?
Well, arguably there could be installed a separate gate. These respective separate roof decks will have gate access as well that arguably is lockable. There is a common platform on the top of the roof, which arguably is owned and is under the control of the entire HOA. So it's the condominium documents that define access to and use of that top platform, which is separate and distinct from these proposed roof decks.
Well, I mean, arguably it's not all that helpful. It either is accessed by those units exclusively or it's not. And that would have to be reflected in the drawings.
The common platform on the design is common. The roof decks will be exclusive. So if the request is to have a lockable gate, then we can certainly accommodate that.
So just to clarify, on the picture on the right, the drawing on the right, so you come up the existing stairs and you bang it left onto the roof and you find a large platform. That first one right there is already an existing common access roof deck.
I wouldn't call it a roof deck, but it's a common accessible
access
platform. Yes, sir.
And then the two other will be the privately accessed, and you're saying where the little black triangles are, you could gate those off. So that is the extent of the privatization of those decks.
Yes, sir, with maybe modest extension from the existing platform, but yes, in those pinch points, we could install a private gate if that is of concern.
Understand. Okay.
It's also important to note that these are identified and put in locations based upon existing stacks and exits for venting and otherwise out of the building. So there is some limitations as to where these can be physically identified and located on the roof, which in the end is part of the reason that it's necessitating for relief from the zoning code.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, they're not directly accessible from the units. That's a fact.
Correct, sir. They are accessed via the external stairs, which is common to all units. The existing platform is accessible by all units. The roof decks will be accessed by extensions of the existing platform, but not by separate, roof hatches or otherwise.
Is that clarity, Mr. Ehrlich? Mr. Ligris? Okay, is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters. We also received 5 letters of support from direct abutters, and there is a memorandum of understanding between the owners and the owners of 6062 Gulf Street regarding noise level, construction, snow removal, and grilling use. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair, I do have a raised hand by Laura. Laura, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address?
My name is Laura Chivers. I'm one of the trustees at 60-62 Gulf, and we are here to support. We had many concerns about the roof deck and had problems with the building that used to be here in the past, but this is a new set of owners with a new building there, and they've been working with us closely to mitigate our concerns. I would argue, I would like to request with this new information, the lockable gates. I can confirm that the staircase does already go up there now, and it is accessible only from outside via the back decks that are, accessible from the first floor level. So that would make sense. I think we feel like these are responsible owners, but we wouldn't want other people to be able to access that space. And we appreciate that their willingness to also work with us if we were to be able to need to view our roof, that they would be willing to grant us access to just take a peek from their side accompanied. So we appreciate their neighborliness and the help of the city as well, and are here to support the petition.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have one letter of support.
Carl, I just need to confirm then, so this is not new construction. This is a long-term existing building. So I just need to make sure that's on the record.
Yes, Madam Chair, and as evidence, I did provide to ZBA Representative Hayes the recorded master deed, which is from March of 2010. So that's evidence not just of date of construction, but date of condo conversion. So
Okay.
long-standing building, yes, ma'am.
And in 2010, there was no limitation on roof decks on the building?
No, there are specifically reserved rights in the master deed to permit the proponents to build said roof decks.
May I have a motion?
Compliance with building and zoning.
This building's relatively new though, right? I mean, it looks like very new construction. I thought this was, no?
What I need clarification from is whether this building came to this board 10 years ago or 11 years ago or 12 years ago, and to ensure that there was no proviso put on there that said no roof decks or anything like that. Because we just need to make sure we are consistent with our decisions and the past decisions.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if you're looking for comment from me as proponent, but I don't know what the prior ZBA hearing is in relation to this particular project. I guess we can make that a proviso in any ZBA board decision as part of maybe BPDA design review, and also confirmation and installation of gating, and also no prior prohibitions in any ZBA prior decisions.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit used to, applicants, I guess,
Madam Chair, we can't approve something with a proviso that it can be unapproved.
right.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Council is he found the original documents.
Kevin, what does it say? Is there any
I'm trying to
limitation?
bring up a copy of, see if I can find the decision. I see an application from back in 2015.
Because Richie Lentz has been mostly the applicant on Gove Street, or the attorney representing the developers on Gove Street. So,
Madam Chair, if you'll hear me, I do recall this project. I don't have the decision in front of me. I don't recall any specific prohibition on roof decks. I don't believe that was a specific issue back at that time, but that's the best I can offer at this time.
you're magical, Richard.
Thank you, Attorney Lenz.
Madam Chair, I found the decision. It's the only proviso was subject to BPDA design review. That was back in January of 2015 that the board heard this.
Okay. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with the following, with a proviso for BPDA design review, a proviso for gates at the entrance of the roof decks that make it private for units 5 and 6. And that's it. Yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
You're opposed? Motion carries.
Hey, Joe, it's Jeff Hampton.
Yep.
Yeah, not to be the fly in the ointment, but what am I going to tell the architect to look for a roof deck?
That it has a gate that locks.
Yeah, but a gate, I mean, that's not design review for a gate. So,
Jeff, consider that a bonus to the design review person, that all they need to make sure is that there's a gate that locks, okay? Okay, let's leave it at that. Okay.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 7099, 76 Montmorency Avenue. This is a change of occupancy from a single-family to a two-family residential dwelling and erect an addition on an existing 5,397 square foot parcel. The violation is Article 27G. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, the two-family use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking, insufficient parking. And Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of Sal and Lisa Lamatina, who I believe are with us here today as well. Madam Chair, this is the Lamatina's primary residence. It's an existing single-family dwelling located in the Orient Heights section of East Boston. The proposal here is relatively straightforward. We are proposing to change the occupancy from a one to a two-family dwelling, which will allow Sal and Lisa to remain in their family home while providing needed space for their daughter and future son-in-law, who will occupy the main house. We intend to preserve, and you could probably jump ahead a bit to the renderings. We intend to preserve the existing structure and propose a relatively modest addition, as shown here in the renderings, which will be to the rear and to the right side of the property. The finished product will result in Unit 1 being at about 1,370 square feet, relatively large. It'll be a 1+ bedroom. And then Unit 2 is the remaining home, will be about 1,900 square feet. Because this is located in a 1F 4,000 district, there are several items under Article 53 that we're required to seek relief for. First of all, is the change of occupancy from a one to a two family. The 1F district does not allow two-family dwellings. However, I would point out that this condition is not an unusual use for that area. And so we are proposing this to be a two-family with relief granted by the board. The floor area ratio, the maximum allowed in the district is 0.5.
Ms. Counselor, can you please address the rear yard? What's required and what's being proposed, and likewise the side yard?
Sure. If we could go to the site plan, which I believe is a couple of slides ahead. So within the, this is perfect. So within the 1F 4,000 district, Madam Chair, the rear yard setback would be 35 feet required. We're proposing a condition of 29.5 feet. I would point out that Montmorency Ave is probably one of the highest levels for elevation in the Orient Heights section of East Boston. Faywood Avenue, which is located directly behind the Lamatina property, is at a grade well below the Montmorency Ave. So this impact, even though relatively slight, would have little to no impact on the property to the rear. On our right side, we are proposing a condition which would require relief. The required setback is 10 feet. We do come within about 2 feet of the right lot line, but there is a paper street to the right, so there is no direct abutter on the right-hand side. We do show the left side dimension at about 2.4 to the sunroom, and that, again, would be a relatively minor impact to the abutter to the left. I would point out that we also have support from all of the direct abutters for this proposal. It's been presented to
So, Councillor, in essence, you're basically it's proposing doubling the size of the existing structure, close to it.
Roughly. We're pretty sensitive, as you can see in the renderings, to the bulk and height of the structure. So we do not come any higher than the second story. Actually, it's just below the second story. This is the rendering from the right side of the property, showing the use of the small courtyard and then the entranceway for the proposed addition.
Is Joy the architect on this?
This is Joy Street. That is correct.
Yeah, they have just a very distinct style. And how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. This proposal receives support from Orient Heights Neighborhood Council and also strong support from the abutters. We received 6 letters of support from direct abutters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Boston City Councilor, and East Sabi George would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 6 letters of support.
May I have a motion, please?
A motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Calling the next 2 cases, calling VOA 113-3941, 42 Irving Street. There's a companion case, VOA 113-3951, 42 Irving Street. This is to confirm occupancy as a single family, construct a new stair roof with head house, and construct a new deck on an existing flat roof. Install new railings and deck. Violations, Article 13, Section 1, rear yard is insufficient. We also have building code. This is to confirm occupancy as a single family, construct a new stair roof. This is the violation is 9, addition 780 CMR 1011 stairways, 1011.12.2 roof access. Where a stairway is provided to roof access to the roof shall be provided through a penthouse compliant with section 1510.2. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross with a business address of 1 International Place, and I'm joined by the architect, Tim Burke, on this project. This is a proposal to put a 108 square foot roof deck on a single family property that's owner occupied in Beacon Hill in an H265 district. The building is a shallow lot.
Excuse me, Counselor. As is usual, when we have a building code, a request for building code relief, we always address that first. Are you or the architect prepared to respond to this request for building code relief?
Yes, I mean, I will respond, and if you need additional backup, I'm happy to have Tim Burke, who's on the call, join. The purpose of the building code relief is consistent with what the board has really requested of its applicants. What we have is not the full head house. As you can see in that structure, it is a hatch-like operation that, as a result, triggers building code relief in order to maintain a low profile and to not impede the surrounding abutters. And
Okay,
that is-
hold on a second, Counselor. May I have a motion, please, on the building code?
Motion to approve the building code relief.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Or in opposition?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have numerous letters of support, 2 letters of opposition. The opposition is opposed to the deck.
Sorry, trying to raise
The board until with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of the proposal. There were some letters of opposition from the direct abutters due to the impeding of sunlight. However, we do feel that the applicant did address or provide some mitigation to those concerns. The Beacon Hill Civic Association did vote as well in non-opposition to the proposal, so the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support based on feedback from neighbors and non-opposition from the Beacon Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Call the next case, calling BOA 116-3709, 60 to 84 St. Paul Street. This is a substantial renovation of Boston Housing Authority apartments. The renovation will include upgrades to overall building. The violation, Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a non-conforming building. Article 32, Section 4, this is in the G-card applicability. And Article 41, Section 5, the St. Paul height has been exceeded, 45 feet is the max. Madam Chair, at this time, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you. And this is a note to the applicant, is that we have 6 members of the board. You will need 5 of members to be in support. So it is your choice whether, so I just need to put that on the record. Okay. Is the applicant here for this?
Yes, Carolyn Berry, project manager from the Boston Housing Authority.
Yes, please put your name and address on the record. And then what I will do is ask Mr. Seminelli to give us his opinion on the G-card.
Carolyn Berry, St. Botolph Apartments, 60 to 84 St. Botolph Street in the Back Bay. This project will substantially renovate the property for continued residential use. And the 130...
Hold on 1 minute, please. Christian, you want to go on the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Christian Seminelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both the BWRC approval and no harm letters.
Kevin, do we have both in the files?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Berry, why don't you go ahead and tell us what is being proposed that triggers this?
This is a substantial renovation, and the 132 dwelling units will remain deeply affordable under the Section 8 program. BHA will continue to manage this development. We've had multiple resident and stakeholder meetings in the neighborhood. And this project will provide much-needed building transformation and expansion of residential services while preserving these apartments as affordable housing for the BHA's elderly and disabled populations.
Okay, so what triggered this? What triggered this, you coming before this board? Because a reconstruction, what is the extension that's being proposed that triggered you coming to this board?
I'm going to pass this to Rick Jegero from the BHA and the project architect's Tice Design to answer the design questions.
Okay. May I hear from the architect or whomever?
Rick, are you able to unmute yourself?
Is he on as a, what's his name? What's his full name? Is it?
Rick Jegero?
I don't see him. On. I don't see him here.
Mr. Robinson, can you help us out on this?
I honestly, I can't, because I wasn't exactly sure what the extension was either when I was reviewing the drawings. It seemed to be just a renovation, basically, of an existing building, but I don't know if there's something I just not seeing. And
Okay.
Yes, hello?
Hello, yes, please put your name and address on the record.
Yes, this is Richard Jegero with Boston Housing Authority. I'm now unmuted. Sorry.
Okay, so, please, we're trying to figure out what the extension is that triggered you to come to this board?
Correct. The extension was the level of renovation and the cost. It did not trigger a true long form.
Okay, so hold on. So your envelope, your building envelope stayed the same, and your number of units stayed the same. I'm asking.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Mr. Robinson?
Yep.
Okay, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Is anybody here to speak?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. The council like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shanice Pimentel with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I apologize, I'm having some issues with my phone. We would like to go on record in support. I held an abutters meeting about 3 weeks ago now, in which the abutters were all in support of the proposal. There were no concerns, and so we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam the Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support of the renovation to improve the building conditions and quality of life for the residents. The project has gone through the local architectural board and has their support. This is also in the city's groundwater overlay district, and the drainage system has been confirmed compliant by Boston Water and Sewer. Therefore, the councilor supports. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have two callers with their hands raised. Caller, user 29, you've been unmuted, 617-307.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Members of the board.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and calling user number 34, 617-549. Can you state your name and address, please? You've been unmuted, caller 34. Right, never mind. I have no other hands raised.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion. Yep, approved with BPDA design review. There are window upgrades and some exterior upgrades, so I think it'll be good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I call the next case. Calling BOA 116-5887, 411 Adams Street. This will be takeout. Violation Article 65, Section 8. Use of regulation, restaurant with takeout is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please. Is 411 Adams Street online?
You've been unmuted? Yep. Baez?
Hi, Jason Baez here, 411 Adams Street.
So tell us what you're proposing to do.
It will be for a smoothie shop. It will be takeout.
Okay, and are you familiar with the takeout requirements of the Board of Appeal?
I am not.
Okay, so what are your proposed hours of operation?
It will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday.
Okay.
8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the weekends.
And have you run a tea shop, a smoothie/tea shop before in the city?
Correct. Yes, in South Boston.
You have? What's the name? What is the name of that one, and what is the name of this one proposed to be?
So the one in South Boston is called On the Edge Nutrition. This one, it will be called On Fire Nutrition.
On Fire Nutrition, okay. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine, but they show a garage being added, I believe, and a curb cut, but it's not referenced in the case. As you can see here, I don't believe there's a garage on the building, is there? This is new construction with a new stair up, and I'm not sure what's going up on to the second. Is there a second floor? There's no elevations.
Yes, so there is. This is, I'm not super familiar with the floor plan. The garage is already there, and there is 2 more units above my unit.
Mr. Legris, it's Jeff Hampton at the BPDA.
Yes, go ahead, Jeff.
This project, this is just a change of occupancy. This has been built, it's not occupied yet. This went before the board back in 2018 for a two-story addition for residential, so that it would be residential and office space right on Adams Street. And so I believe the garage is already existing.
Okay. So these are just the old drawings from the original approval. Okay.
Yes, and it's only for the 798 square feet of commercial space that will be called On Fire Nutrition. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This applicant has reached out to the appropriate abutters to the project. No concerns have been raised. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Jim McGeckran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office. We'd like to go on record in support.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands for this project.
Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve typical takeout proviso and this applicant only.
Can I add in BPA review for exterior signage?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
Yes, okay, so it's for those three takeout, this applicant only, and signage. So Mr. Baez, please make sure you talk to the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services and get yourself up to speed on what we require for takeout, because we are pretty concerned about that, okay? Is there a second?
Got it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-8529-55 Everdeen Street. This is a second floor addition, finished attic, finished basement, attached green room on the side of the property. The violations, Article 65, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, side yard's insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Tran 55 Everdeen. I'm the owner.
So please tell us what you're proposing to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, we have right now is a one-story single dwelling, unfinished basement, 3 bedrooms and 1 bath. We are proposing to add a second floor, which gives us 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms that we are desperately needed. We live here for 17 years, and now we have 3 children, and they have a shared bedroom.
Okay, so and this is a one-family dwelling?
Yes.
And you're basically proposing to add a second floor? Are you proposing any living space in the basement?
No, we just want to finish it and add the laundry room and a half bath down there.
Laundry and half bath? Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. Just so you know, the basement height is only 7 feet, so they can do the bathroom and the laundry, but that's about it. So we should restrict anything else down there, I think.
And thank you, and what's a green room?
It's a prefabricated enclosure, lean against the side of the house. It's 8 by 10.
Looks like a greenhouse.
Oh, it is so it is a greenhouse. Okay.
It looks like a glass greenhouse. Yeah.
Yes, it's a glass enclosure.
Okay, and if I'm looking at the plans that are up on the screen right now, oh, I see. Okay. Excellent. So how close is that to the property line?
Around 4.4 feet.
And what's behind you? Oh, is there somebody living behind you?
Next door? Yeah.
Oh, next door, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is a house next door.
And they're okay with that green room being that close?
The next door, he strongly support our plans. He has no problem with that.
Okay, so the plans are adequate. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was an abutters meeting held on February 24th with no concerns raised. This essentially just mirrors other similar homes on the streets, so we'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office would like to go on record in support of this applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have one letter of support.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-6325, 23 Mather Street. This is to construct a 16 by 18 storage building. The violation of Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please. Is Mather Street on?
Oh, yes, she is. 1 second. Christina, you've been unmuted. For some reason, I cannot make you a panelist, but can you hear us? Are you having a connectivity issue? Krishna?
Yeah. Hi, yes, this is, good evening, and good afternoon, madam, and zoning board. This is Mr. Ballram, 23 Mather Street. I add on a garage without a long form permit, so I'm hoping to grant a permit to move on with my project.
So this is a garage, not a store. Is this a prefab if it's called a storage building?
Yeah, it's. I'm gonna basically use it for storage. They call it a garage, but.
Okay. And it's 16 by 18, and it's on slab. Okay, Mr. Robinson, help us. Is this, looks like there's a garage door. Is there a curb cut there?
I don't have there is a site plan. Let me just double check that.
There is a plan.
I think there was. Yes, there's a curb cut. Yeah, there's an existing curb cut on the side of the house. Where in that location where it's dashed coming in, there is a curb cut.
Okay. So, Mr. Ballram, where do you park your car now if you're going to then, so this is, okay. So it looks like you still have your driveway and your storage shed is in your rear yard.
Correct.
Yeah.
Am I reading this right?
Yes. Yeah, it is correct. There's there's quite a bit of paving out there, so you can drive in, and then there's a side pull-off area where you're showing. Also, I believe there's a looks to be a similar garage or shed on the other side of the property line on the Melville Ave project, so they would be sort of next to each other. Is that correct? That's what it looks like to me.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was an abutters meeting held for this proposal with no concerns raised, and the applicant has notified all their direct abutters, again, with no concerns raised. We'd like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office would like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, I have additional raised hands.
Madam Chair, we have one letter of support.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling the next case, we have case BOA 945-289, 1006 to 1010 Bennington Street. This is a change of occupancy to include a cannabis establishment. Violations Article 53, Section 11. Cannabis establishment is used as conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross, Attorney Mike Ross, One International Place, Prince Lobel. I'm joined here with our security consultant, Dan Linsky of Kroll, as well as the applicant. This is a proposal to take a former cigar store that has operated in the Orient Heights neighborhood, and a neighborhood shopping sub-district of East Boston for around 25 years, in a mixed-use building, to now operate as a cannabis establishment. This particular application clears any buffer issues in terms of proximity to another cannabis establishment or to any public school. If you scroll down a little bit, this is a first floor and downstairs setup here. That's just the existing conditions. You can scroll down a little bit further. And this is a good one. This is the first floor on the right. You might want to focus on the item on the right. The first floor is around 1,300 square feet. And it's an older, ornate building. And so nice details like the wood floor and the tin ceiling and all those things are being preserved in this design. What you see in that right-hand floor plan is you see a curved counter. And behind that, you'll see a kind of a corresponding curve. That is where product would be fulfilled through a window, kind of like a takeout window almost in like an old deli counter or something like that, of course, with security. And then that fulfillment area can be replenished through secure access to the basement. And I can show you although before we get off.
So just tell us, if somebody entered your facility, it looks like the entry is on the right-hand side. Where is the security check and how do they proceed? Tell us about the circulation.
Yes, Madam Chair. So Bennington Street is at the bottom of the screen, of course. And the entry, as you point out, is on that lower right-hand corner. There's a separate entrance, separate entry, separate entrance. The security desk is right at that entry. So you are checked immediately as you come in to ensure that you are 21 years and older, and also to make sure that you're not inebriated or any of the other conditions or issues that would not allow you access to the facility. After you've been inside the facility, you will be leaving through the exit, which is on the left-hand side. The point of sale systems that line that curved area right there, the one that's closest to the exit will be dedicated for online ordering. It seems like the industry is throwing off about 50% or more online orders from the customers who are ordering ahead of time. They know what they want, and if they access it using their smartphone, that seems to be how the industry is going. The next slide will show you the basement where the secure area is. If you go down one, please. The basement area is 660 square feet. It is where the vault is and where the cash office, and you can see that external door there. That external door leads to an alleyway, a wide alleyway, and it empties out onto Breed Street, which is our side street to the right of the building. And that's where fulfillment and access will take place through randomized, secure times according to our security protocols.
Okay, so let's backtrack. So what are the proposed hours of operation?
The proposed hours of operations are 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, and this is in a neighborhood shopping district. Tell us how you are going to accommodate for lines, even though 50% is online. You don't have much of a vestibule to accommodate lines. So tell us how that will be managed.
We anticipate this is going to open probably best case scenario if we really move fast by the end of the year. At that time, Massachusetts will have close to 100 dispensaries throughout. Boston will have a couple dozen, maybe a dozen by then. And so the number of average transactions per day is is plummeting. We're looking at maybe 200. When we first appeared before the board, it was probably 350, 380. And so you space that out over that 11-hour day, even looking at peak hour, the 1,300 square feet area of the upper floor of the first floor will be ample to handle the capacity. We anticipate a capacity of around 50 people in that 1,300 square feet, and that will be adequate in order to handle the anticipated crowds.
And tell us about security.
As I mentioned, Dan Linsky's on the call. He can dive into it. We have 1 to 2 security officers that will be operating during operating hours. We'll probably start with 2 and scale back to 1 once the operation is in full swing. There are 35 cameras stationed throughout the facility. Every square inch is covered through its cameras. And deliveries, as I mentioned, will be randomized. I don't know if...
Hold on. Let me just see. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. It does note there's going to be a new exterior, which there's no elevations for, so we should think about BPDA design review if this gets approved.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody, go ahead, is any questions?
Yeah, Attorney Ross, how many employees are you estimating during the day?
Between 10 and 15 total employees. During the shift, it would be closer to about half of that, not including the security.
There's a playground in the neighborhood, isn't there? What's the distance from the playground?
The closest facility where children gather is at a YMCA, I believe. It's still substantially over 1,000 square feet, I'm going to say. It is, 1,000 feet away. That conversation came up during the community process, which was very thorough, and there were no concerns based on the responses that we gave to the community.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services facilitated a public meeting on June 25th, 2019, where the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the residents regarding parking, hours of operation, and safety issues. After the meeting, many residents voiced their concern based on the fact that the applicants are from East Boston, that they care from the community, and that this would create jobs and increase security outside the facility. We also received 119 letters of support for this proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on record in support of this proposal. This proposal is led by a group of East Boston residents. The council's preference for marijuana establishments is that they, that the licenses be given to local owners whenever possible. As Lena said, this proposal received support from the community, and the council would like to go on record in support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, City Councilor in East Wasabi George's office. Would like to echo the sentiments of the Mayor's office and Councilor Lydia Edwards' office and support this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have the letter from the Boston Cannabis Board, support, and we also have one letter of support and a letter of opposition.
And Madam Chair, I do have a raised hand by caller 42. Caller 617-549, you've been unmuted.
My name is Mary Berninger. I live at 156. To go on record in support of this proposal, the proponents have more than satisfied my security concerns. The direct access to the MBTA station is a big plus with regard to vehicular traffic. It alleviates it in a really big way. And finally, and most important, it satisfies my desire to see more workforce development in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have no additional rates.
Councilor?
Sorry, you have one more. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Ambassador.
Joseph Mario, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Joseph Mario. My address is 52 Waldemar Avenue, East Boston, Mass. I currently reside about 3 blocks from this location. I've also owned and operated a business for the last 30 years, 3 blocks away from, in a different direction. Just want to go on record, I've known Mr. Shema, one of the people involved in the Monica family, for over 30 years. I can attest to the quality and character of the people involved in this operation. I also believe that this would greatly help the local businesses in the area, the other businesses located in this block. And lastly, the Monica family has been exceptionally generous to our local charities. I strongly approve this.
Thank you. I have an additional hand raised by Tony Noble. Tony, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Tony Noble, and I live at 90 Wordsworth Street. I'm here in support of East Boston Local Roots. I actually used to live directly above Tufts Tobacco, so I'm very familiar with the Monicas and Jimmy. They're great people, helpful all around. I have no doubt that any concerns that the residents have will be addressed, and I'm excited to see this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, I have one last question before we move to a motion. Can you put us on the record who the local residents are, who are the applicants on this?
Yes, the applicant is called East Boston Local Roots, and it's comprised of approximately half are actual residents of East Boston. One of them is not a resident, but might as well be. His name is Jimmy Shenna. He lives in a neighboring community. I think he's in Medford. Jimmy has operated the Tufts Tobacco store there for 25 years and has undoubtedly spent more time there than he does at his home. The other owner is Nikki Modica. Nikki Modica is the owner of the building itself, and she is the largest owner. I think she's around 25 to 30% of it. There's also someone by the name of Lorraine Cove. Lorraine Curry. She is you may know her. She's the president of the Gove Street Neighborhood Association, a long-term resident of East Boston. And there are a couple other people who met through just living in East Boston. One of them is Tracy Monterifi, whose grandfather grew up in Jeffreys Point.
Okay.
And they all got together. Okay, yes.
Thank you. So given all this information, may I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review for signage and upgrading to the storefront, anything that's.
Second.
And do we usually have it to this applicant only?
Oh, yeah, but this applicant only provides.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to call the 12:30 rediscussions. The first case, calling BOA 111-0007, 47 Condor Street. This is raise the existing building, erect a 4-story mixed-use building consisting of 1 commercial space on the ground floor and 8-unit residential dwelling. There will be a ground-level parking garage with 11 parking spaces. The violation is Article 27T, Section 9. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56. Off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking design and maneuverability, car stacking. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling is forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, commercial space is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height number of stories is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard's insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard's insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner Doug Medvitz. With me is Tim Loranger. He's with Mark Studio, the architect for the project.
So, Councillor, please tell us initially why you were deferred.
We were deferred based upon comments from abutters, as well as the Office of Neighborhood Services and the District City Councilor, relative to the size and scope of the project. As the Secretary indicated, this project was actually a larger, more involved project. Since we were deferred, we have updated our plans. Those are before the board with the most recent stamp from ISD. I will just correct for the record a few items. First of all, the building has been reduced in height down to a 3-story building. The number of units have been reduced down to 7, and the retail has been eliminated. And this is all in response to the comments that we did hear throughout the community process. And I believe that both the district city councilor and the mayor's office are now in support of this project.
So what is the zoning district this is in?
The zoning district is 2F 2000, but let me explain a little bit about Condor Street, Madam Chair. Although this is a 2F 2000, immediately across the street from this site is a waterfront industrial area. And since probably over the last 4 years, there's been a renewed interest in the Condor Street corridor, where a number of projects, including multifamily and mixed use, have been approved. And it's been generally consistent with what the sentiment has been for development along this particular corridor. So this.
Yes, so please go ahead, explain the project to us then in its current iteration.
Sure. So it's a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. There is an adaptable, accessible unit located at the lower level. We are proposing a total of 11 parking spaces, and this was in response to comments that we did hear through the community process based upon the remoteness, if you will, of Condor Street as it relates to public transportation. Unlike a lot of other neighborhoods in East Boston, this section of Eagle Hill actually is pretty far from the any of the T stops. However, there is a bus line at Meridian Street within walking distance. So parking was a factor, and I think at significant expense, the developer here has worked to accommodate the parking request. So even though we have 7 units, we are proposing a stacker system that will accommodate 11 vehicles total. And that is, obviously more than 1 per unit for this particular proposal, and that seemed to be acceptable to the neighborhood with respect to the parking concern.
Madam Chair, Mr. Lynch, Madam Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Just for the record, I know Bob D'Amico spoke on this one, and Mr. Lynch basically said he's going to have 11 parking spaces, but if you remember, Mr. D'Amico spoke that 47 condos should be reduced to 8 spaces due to the lack of maneuverability, and spaces 9 to 11 should be removed.
Okay. Okay.
That's changed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lentz, in the meantime, can you just go ahead and talk to us about how many the average square feet and the number of 1s and 2s?
Sure. So the unit mix is a total of 3 1-bedrooms. Those are all relatively larger, on the larger size at almost 800 square feet, 790 square feet to be exact. The 2-bedrooms, there's 4 of those, and those are each over 1,200 square feet. So they could actually be 2-bedroom plus. We are not proposing, again, in response to the community process and one of the reasons for the deferral, we're not proposing any roof deck for this building. Even though we do show a footprint that is somewhat substantial, we are downgrade, if you will, from the Falcon Street elevation, which is directly behind us. By reducing this down to a 3-story building and not including any roof deck, we feel that any of the impacts from the backside of the property, those properties on Falcon Street, have been alleviated.
Hold on a second. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to call the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services held 2 abutters meeting for this proposal where the applicant addressed several of the concerns of the abutters and also worked close with the abutters to arrive to the final design. We received 10 letters of support from abutters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on record in support after the changes that were made to address concerns from the abutters. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
So given the comments by Mr. D'Amico, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with the following proviso that there's a BPDA and a BTD design review on parking and the building itself.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good luck.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 962-337 15 Mercer Street. This is a change of occupancy from a two-family to a three-family basement storage. The violation is Article 27P, that's in the South Boston iPod. Article 68, Section 33, parking is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the additional lot area is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Matt Eckel with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street on behalf of 15 Mercer Street. Also with me is Suela Kashi, the owner of the property. As mentioned, we're seeking to change the occupancy from a two-family dwelling to a three-family dwelling. There's no work to be done. It's all existing conditions. This proposal was originally deferred a few months back due to a discrepancy with the plans. For some reason, there were window wells shown in the basement where you can see those front windows would be. We're not proposing to do anything with the basement, not add window wells or any living space. That will remain common storage and utilities for all three units. The zoning subdistrict is an MFR and the lot size is 2,175 square feet. In terms of the floor plan, as I said, basement would be common storage, and then each floor would contain one unit. Unit one would be a 725 square foot one bed. The second floor would contain unit two, which would be about a 750 square foot one bedroom unit with a study and a rear deck. And the third floor would contain unit three, which would also be a one bedroom unit with a study, a rear deck, and would be approximately 775 square feet. In terms of the violations, we are cited for off-street parking. To legalize the third unit, we would need one additional space as the building is existing.
Hold on, Mr. Eckel. What's the zoning district this is in?
This is in a multifamily residential district, Madam Chair.
It's a MFRLS. So you're, okay, and so.
Just an MFR, it's not an LS.
It's not LS. Okay, it's an MFR probably 1. And there's absolutely no occupancy proposed for the basement. What's the floor to ceiling height in that third unit?
The third
top
floor to
view.
ceiling of 7 foot 8 inches. You can see on the second slide, we showed a kind of rear and side view just to show it is a full, it's angled. There's a bit of a pitch at the street level, but there's a full floor to ceiling as you move back through the unit. Right there, you can see the third floor is fully built out with 7 foot 8 ceiling height.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 112-1088, 31 Robin Street. The companion case, BOA 113-5948, 33 Robin Street. This is a new three-story, two-family dwelling to include 4 off-street parking spaces with an easement and access via 33 Wabun Street. The violations, Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking and loading. Article 50, Section 29, insufficient lot size. Article 50, Section 29, insufficient additional lot area. Article 50, Section 29, insufficient lot width. Article 50, Section 29, insufficient lot frontage. Article 50, Section 29, excessive FAR. Article 50, Section 29, insufficient usable open space. Article 50, Section 29, front yard setback. Article 50, Section 29, insufficient side yard setback. This is for 33 Wabun. This is create a 20-foot access easement for pedestrian and motor vehicle use to pass and repass from 33 to 31 Wabun, 4 parking spaces. The violations, Article 9, Section 2, a non-conforming use change. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Suda, 31 Wayborn Street.
So please tell us what's being proposed.
What's being proposed is a two-family with 33 feet of height with 4 parking spaces on a 37.
Okay, so hold on. So at 33 Waybon, what is going to be there? Is that where the what is that? Is that the shared driveway? What is that?
So 33 Waybon Street is an existing 4-family that was purchased and renovated and turned into condos. All 4 condos have since been sold.
Yeah.
So in the back of 33 Waybon Street was a curb cut with the driveway access, but nowhere to park for 33. So we worked with the neighbor at 29 Waybon Street as well to get access into his yard via easement in order to take more parking off the street for his existing 4-family.
Okay, so and tell us about the parking. Where will the parking be?
So for 31 Waybon Street, right as we see on the Ambassador Thomas has it pulled up, 4 parking spots right behind the proposed project at 31 Waybon.
Okay, so 4 parking at the rear, and then 31 Waybon is going to be a 3-family or a 4-family?
No, so 33 Waybon is has a permit for the use of premises permit just for the easement. So that's already sold. That property's wasn't zoning, just long form renovation. 31 Waybon is the one for the new construction, 3 stories in height with 2 units and 4 parking spaces.
Okay, so it's 2 units. Tell us about the breakdown. 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms?
They are going to be Philly style. That is the proposal. On the first floor, we have all the bedrooms, and then on the second floor for the Philly style for unit 1 and 2 would be the kitchen. And then on the third floor for unit 2 would be 3 beds, 2.5 baths, and for unit 1, 3 beds and 2.5 baths as well.
I just want to make sure you're not proposing any kitchen or anything in the basement, are you?
No, there is no living in the basement, just storage.
Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. And there's no roof deck proposed on this building?
No roof deck at all, no.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. I just had one question. You're proposing an exterior stairwell. Is that access to the second floor on the
yes
right-hand side?
that would allow access to second floor, yes.
Okay, so the main entrance is for 1 unit, and then you go on the outside stair up to the second floor to get access to the second floor unit?
Yes, so if you look at the current picture right now that Ambassador Thomas has pulled up, in the back where the staircase is, there are 2 entrances. The farthest of the driveway would have access to the second floor and common, and then also side entrance for unit 1 as well. So when they park, they don't have to walk all the way to the front of the building.
Understood. Okay. Drawings are fine.
And the stairs do not impede access to the parking?
No, that is on the interior of the building. The stairs.
The side stairs?
The side stairs, no. The back stairs are on the interior, are on the inside of the building. The side stairs do not impede the parking.
Any questions from the board? Why were you deferred the last time?
So we deferred from 126 to last week because the neighborhood association wanted some more information, and then last week the plans examiner didn't have enough time to turn around the plans.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Is anybody here to speak at all?
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, I do have a raised hand by Connie Forbes. Connie, can you state your name and address, please?
Connie Forbes from Garrison Charter Neighborhood Association. We sent a letter in. There were questions from the residents regarding the parking. Right now, we're taking parking from one building and moving it to another building. We're not, and then we haven't been able to reach out to the owners of the building condominium units at 33. It's a little bit concerning. I don't know if there's an affidavit or something signed that says that they approve of having vehicles going behind their homes and losing all their space behind their location. There is a curb cut because there was parking there before. so that now that parking is just shifting over to a new building. But we don't know if the owners of the condominiums are aware of this project. And there are concerns of the residents regarding, again, still parking. They think the building is it's the wrong size for that space. It's violating quite a few articles, and the size, even though it's 2 units, it still feels like it's being shoehorned into a space that's too small. If you look at 33 Waybon, there's like an air conditioning unit on the side of the building. It won't show up on plans as far as I can see, but there are still quite a few questions, and residents are uncomfortable supporting it. In fact, I believe Project Right also submitted a letter indicating there's still concerns. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may?
So hold on, please. Ms. Forbes, even with the reduction in the number of units, there is still concern?
Yes, the spaces between the existing homes, this was a yard that's being converted into a house or a building. It was a side yard, and there are concerns about, from residents regarding the fit of the building into the space. We get feedback directly from the abutters who are on the street, and between our organization and Project Right, we're hearing still concerns from residents.
Okay.
We could confirm 33 owners of the condominiums are aware of this project.
Okay, so hold on. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Jason Gant from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in opposition of this project. While they have held a abutters meeting, there's still concerns from direct abutters, Project Right Neighborhood Association, and also Garrison Trotter. So we urge them to work with these neighborhood associations and abutters for all concerns.
All right, and I also have Mike Kozu on the line. Mike, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. We have not been presented any information. What we've asked about, has the easement been agreed to by all concerned? At the last meeting of Garrison Trotter, the developer could not present any written agreement about the easement. We think that it's really going to have a negative impact on 33, as Garrison Trotter indicated, that the green space and open space behind 33 is being turned into into a driveway. So on both bases and the concerns of other abutters and other residents along the street, we oppose.
Lucille Colfer, you've been unmuted.
So, yeah, I live at 39 Wambeck Street, so I'm also an abutter to some extent. I'm like 3 houses away. We've been opposing this project ever since it came up because, number one, the lot is coded, and no one is ever clear on this, 132, which means that it's unusable. And I've looked at other properties where people have tried to build where something was coded that way, and I don't even know how they got this far. It's too small for any type of housing, unless it's a little micro unit that has 2 rooms to it. But otherwise, it's only you can build an addition to maybe what's at 31 or on the corner, 33, I believe, but not a whole, 2-family, or what they proposed initially was 6-family. And I believe, you start high and you go low, but it's not big enough. It just really isn't.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Huda?
Yes.
Can I just go ahead? Is there somebody else on the line?
I think I got everybody.
Okay, who's talking? I just have a hard time. Okay, Mrs. Suda, let me just ask you a couple of questions.
Please.
Is this a separate lot, or was it ever created separately? How long has this lot been around?
We bought this. There's two parcels, so we never subdivided the lot, and there's no green space being taken away from the existing at 33.
Just answer one question at a time.
Yes.
So this has always been a separate lot?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us about the residents of 33 Wabun Street, because I also want to know is that if they are in support, will there be cross easements for 31 and 33 registered at the Registry of Deeds?
Yes, there'll be, it's all been signed and executed, even with 29, owner of 29 Waybon, with his attorneys. It's everything. We have all legal documentation to be able to use that, yes.
So it sounds like there is a communication problem with the neighborhood groups. I'm just wondering how we can solve that.
Yes, so Madam Chair, I've had since 2019, but roughly 6 or more meetings. I've had one a week and a half ago. I stated all this, and I think the confusion is that the neighborhood believes that we are taking parking from 33 when they've never had legal parking. They were parking on the grass.
You see, that was my confusion when we started off. So you know what? I think I don't know how to resolve this. Let me just check in with my fellow board members. What is your thought? Should we go ahead with a decision on this, or should we defer this for a couple of weeks to ensure that the applicant has time to have a conversation with his community groups?
I'm not usually in favor of deferring a rediscussion, but it does sound like this might benefit from further conversation. So maybe a deferral will work, or maybe we'll just end up exactly in the same spot that we are. So, but I think it's worth a shot.
Okay, so
I agree with that, Mr. Ehrlich. I think it's a 2-unit building. Maybe the units are a little bit larger, and maybe there could be some adjustments there. But I do think you're right. The dialogue seems to have fallen apart, and I'm in agreement with that.
So let's have a motion for deferral, and let's see if we can get the applicant in a short period of time, because it seems like this is easily walkable with the community and with the applicant.
Motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
I think the earliest we can get anybody would be May 18th.
Okay, May 18th. Mr. Suda, Mr. Kuzo, Ms. Forbes, Ms. Culpepper, please make sure that you're all in conversation, because I do think that this is doable. And you guys just need to sit down and kind of talk it through, okay?
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board.
We'll see you May 18th at 12:30.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 904-516, 1937 Beacon Street. This is a change of occupancy from a bar cafe to a cannabis establishment and renovate. Violation Article 51, Section 16. A cannabis establishment is a conditional use in this zoning sub-district. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, I'm recusing myself. Excuse me, Councilor, 1 second. I'm recusing myself from this matter, Madam Chair.
And who's this?
Allegris.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano for the business address of 11 Beacon Street. I'm here on behalf of HVV Massachusetts, Inc., and with me I have Michael Reardon, the CEO. I also have James Christopher from RCA, who designed the plans, and John Gray, our head of security. As was mentioned, this proposal is to change the occupancy from a bar, as we all know as Mary Ann's, to a cannabis establishment. This particular location falls within Cleveland Circle, and we believe this location is a good location. One, we are directly across from the Green Line. We walk across the street through a crosswalk to both the C and the D line, which is shown right here. There's also the bus terrace as well. We are also located in the neighborhood shopping district. There is provided 90 metered parking spaces in this general area, plus there is additional 2-hour parking in this general area. Our particular floor plan, so it's 2 levels. It's a 1-story building with a basement. On our first floor, we are at 1,890 square feet, and in the basement, we are 2,100 square feet. So we're slightly under 4,000 square feet total. The hours of operation for this establishment would be 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., and that would be 7 days a week. I don't know if Madam Ambassador could go to the next slide, please. There would also be multiple security checkpoints as we go into the building. So these are the existing floor plans. As we go in, that's existing as well. There would be 4 different points of check. So as you walk in through the vestibule of the front door, again, there would be 2 ID check, 1 scan and 1 by the eye. As we would go into the showroom, that would be a second check. There would be, and then, that would be the 3rd check, and then a 4th check upon the cashier and checkout. Going out a separate exit from the front of the building. There would be a separate exit to get in and a separate exit to exit the property as well.
Okay, and tell us about, I think Mr. Robinson is becoming quite an expert at reading these plans, but we were just looking at plans in East Boston that showed different kind of showroom layout. This seems very compact. So are you expecting most of this to be online? What is your expectation?
So we are preparing for 40% is the expectation online. But if you look at the check-in waiting area, Madam Chair, because I know you asked about queuing in the past, we specifically built 1/3 of our first floor is that check-in waiting area. So that could house a number of people to sit in that waiting room. We also have some renderings of what that waiting area would look like. And this would also stay in a queue line. So as folks once they get in, they would be out the other side. They could go right to the checkout for their pickup for that 40% that is booked online.
Okay. The other question is, I know you carry a lot of baggage because of Mary Ann's. Can you tell us what's changed since Mary Ann, the ownership in Mary Ann's?
So we do not own, so my client purchased the building and that occurred last week. So as of last week, Mary Ann's to the general public would be closed. So we were not in charge of the actual bar before that. There were a number of nuisances that have come up before the licensing board during that period of time that we were able to track. So we believe this is this use is safer, better for the community, and would clean up the establishment. We're also doing a complete renovation of the building on the inside.
And who actually runs HVV Mass?
I'm going to turn that over to Michael Reardon, who's here as the CEO. I believe he's a panelist.
Here I am, Madam Chair.
Please put your name and address on the record and tell us about the ownership.
Sure. Michael Reardon, office address is 38 Great Republic Drive, Gloucester, Massachusetts, for HVV Massachusetts, Inc.
Where is Great Republic Drive?
That's in Gloucester, Massachusetts. That's where our production facility is.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so besides you, who else is ownership and what is your experience in this field?
Sure. We have multiple owners. We're a fairly large ownership group that consists of over 140 members. My involvement started here at the inception of this company that we founded back in 2015. My industry experience dates back to 2015. We currently operate a 50,000 square foot production and cultivation and retail and wholesale distribution facility out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. We've been operating that facility since 2019. We opened our store last summer, and we're happy to announce we've had over 110,000 transactions so far up there without incident. So this would be our 3rd retail location in the Commonwealth. Our other approved location outside of the one in Gloucester is in East Boston, and we are set to open up that store in East Boston the last week in June. We are fully licensed there, including everything that we need to do on both the state and local level.
And what's the address in East Boston?
220 William McClellan Highway.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
We were here before you recently.
Yeah, yeah. So Mary Ann's has been a community issue for, I don't know, 20 years, if not more. So I need to figure out what level of comfort are you bringing to the residents who've had to put up with all that nonsense all those years in the way that you're going to be running your facility here?
Sure. Listen, we're going to run a first-class operation here. The store hours are from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., so we close and are closed to the public when most of the incidences and problems within the community have taken place at Mary Ann's. And on top of that, throughout the cannabis industry nationwide, we simply just do not have any data that supports that we're a nuisance to any area that we enter. In fact, the data nationally supports that we actually benefit our communities that we enter. We are very philanthropic here as an ownership group of what we like to do in any community at which we enter. We want to have a very open, transparent relationship with everyone in the community. We have expressed our support to be philanthropic in that regards because we have learned over the time in the cannabis industry that even though we're taxed many different ways, the tax dollars typically don't end back up in the community in which we are located. So we would like to do
so hold on, Mr. Reardon. Can you talk about the security that you will have on site?
Sure. So we will have outside at all times to ensure that we get off to a smooth start in the community. We will have 2 security officers outside at all times. One to maintain that first level of ID check before an individual were to enter the store. And then secondly, to do patrols around the area to ensure that there's no loitering. And obviously there will be a third individual inside in our security room, which is dedicated to watching all the cameras. I don't know how well versed you are in the CCC regulations as it relates to security coverage, but we have to cover every square inch inside and outside of our store. So we will have that monitored at all times, and obviously we don't want loitering. There are very few times in which queuing would take place outside. We have, as Jeff mentioned, dedicated over a third of the store to queuing inside, especially when we get out of the COVID occupancy restrictions. We simply just are not going to have queuing issues at this location. I mean, the average transaction takes 8 minutes.
Okay, so hold on. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. I guess I'm a little disappointed that they are spending a lot of effort and money on the interior, but are doing basically nothing on the exterior of the building to enhance the quality of the building within the community. And I guess as an architect and a designer, and it's a little frustrating that that's their the tack, that they're just basically adding another door, and that's the end of it. So
don't you worry about that, Mr. Robinson.
Okay. Thank you. I have some ideas too about how they could change their look.
So we would be happy
Any
to.
questions from the board? Any questions from the
Madam
board?
Chair, no questions, just a comment. We have the letter from the Boston Cannabis Board.
Yes, okay. Is anybody here to speak in support or in opposition? I want to hear from elected officials first and representatives of elected officials first. And then I'd like to hear from 3 people in support and 3 people or organizations either in support or in opposition. So each group gets 3 people to talk. Okay, so let's start with elected officials or representatives of elected officials.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record support this proposal. As you've heard from the applicant, we are well in support because of the proximity directly to the Green Line, its location on the edge of a residential neighborhood, but in a commercial district. They've also achieved support from the Brighton Allston Improvement Association and from local elected officials as well. We've certainly received a lot of correspondence from residents, both in support and opposition, and we've made those available to the board and passed them along to the Boston Cannabis Board as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have State Rep that would like to speak, Mark Moran. Let me just unmute him. Caller 48, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and address.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Representative Mike Moran, and I am the elected official who has served the Cleveland Circle community for the past 16 years, and prior to that, I was an active member in the community and a lifelong resident. I am here today in support of Happy Valley in their application to open up a retail facility at 1937 Beacon Street. I think it's important to mention here that this is really a matter of whether this is an appropriate place to sell a legal product. And feelings about whether you do or don't like marijuana have been adjudicated at the ballot box. And really, this is just about, is this an appropriate location? In my opinion, it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else to speak in support? Any other electeds to speak in support or in opposition? Is somebody from Councilor Breeden's office on?
I don't see them on, Madam Chair.
Moira is not on? Okay. So
Madam Chair, they filed the letter of non-opposition. I believe that the board should have that. Sorry.
Thank you. May I hear from Annabelle Gomes, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton Austin Improvement Association. We voted to support this location. We feel that this location is a good location. It's not in the middle of the community, so it won't impact the community as much. It'll be away from the children, and it is near major transportation, the C, the D, and the bus hub. We did acknowledge that it is near Boston College, and they are opposed to it, but we did ask the proponent to not to sell to out-of-state people with out-of-state license under the age of 22, so that they would not be targeting their undergraduate population. And the proponent did agree to that, and we feel comfortable with this proponent. They've already run an establishment, and I think it is important that we give it to someone that already has experience to open it up at that location. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have numerous letters of opposition. We do have letters of support as well.
Yes. Okay, may I hear from, I'm randomly going to pick 3 people because there are a lot of raised hands. May I just randomly hear from Dave Monheit?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I believe I'm unmuted now. So I know there's a lot of my neighbors here looking to voice their support, so I'll just try to touch on everything.
First, put your name and address on the record, please.
Sure. Dave Monheit, and that's 39 Englewood, so right there in Cleveland Circle.
Yep.
So obviously, following this, there have been a number of concerns from transportation, traffic, loitering, queuing. I think just about all of those have been addressed. Obviously, the B line, C line, it's right there. Loitering, queuing, and security. That it seems to me Happy Valley has gone above and beyond by hiring extra security past state guidelines, identification past state guidelines.
So Dave, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I see so many more raised hands. May I hear from Eva Webster, please?
Okay. You've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address?
Yes, hello. My name is Eva Webster. I live at 15 Orkney Road, which is just around the corner from Beacon Street in Cleveland Circle. I have lived here for almost 30 years, and I also represent Cleveland Circle Community Coalition. I'm extremely disappointed that we are getting victimized by other stakeholders in the neighborhood, and I would like the board to know that this is solely because people are hoping that if we are stiffed with this establishment here, they won't have to put up with it elsewhere in Alston Brighton, but this is extremely unfair. I believe that there are so many reasons why this is a terrible location. One is that we have student rental houses in very close vicinity to this proposed store. And we have student parties that sometimes may have as many as 70, 80, even up to 100 people, not all the time, but really large outdoor parties. And I cannot imagine what it will do to me, my husband, and my neighbors. We have owner occupants here. We have our decks, our yards, and we are surrounded by halfway houses, student houses. Those people will be smoking marijuana in the open, and nobody will be able to prevent them from consuming marijuana in a way that makes the odor infiltrate other people's homes in summertime.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Eva. Good to see you. May I hear from Jake Lattice, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jake Lattice, and I live on Windsor Road. I'm here today to document my support for Happy Valley. Like my fellow neighbors, I too have been paying close attention to the ongoing dialogue between the town and Happy Valley. I feel that through this entire process,
Okay, so hold on, Jake. If you understand the position we're in, we just want to hear from as many people. May I hear from Bill Mills? Bill from BC, right?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. I'm Bill Mills. I'm the Director of Community Affairs at Boston College. And we are certainly opposed to this facility going down here. The number of students who are in the area, it's right on our bus system that carries, the students around the campus. And a lot of the students live in the off-campus area down here as well. And I know that there is Tom Keaty and Chief Evans are also on, and I'll let them go into.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mills. May I hear from Katie Hubbard?
Yes, hi. I'm a resident of Orkney Road.
Yep.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, your name and address.
My name's Katie Hubbard, and I live on Orkney Road, and I want to voice my full support for Happy Valley. They're a business that will bring a history of strong ethics and community to my neighborhood that I love, the exact type of businesses that I want to live near.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so board members, you've heard a bunch of information. May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review for some upgrade to the storefront and signage.
And also to this applicant only?
This applicant only, yes, this applicant.
Okay. And Jeff, you've heard about Mr. Robinson's distress, so please make him happy, okay?
Yeah, I'd like to assign this case to Mr. Robinson and just.
I'm happy to help.
So is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay?
Thank you.
So, so now we're going to the call of the chair. Just give us a minute because I know there were a lot of people on for the last project. I would also like to request all board members to stay on for about 5 or 10 minutes after we are done with our cases so you can meet Miss Dong.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call the call of the chair, case BOA 1090365, 73 Sheridan Street. The petitioner seeks the determination that Inspectional Service Department erred in issuing the permit. Name and address is for the record, please.
Don, we cannot hear you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Brian Wells, on behalf of the abutters of the property and the petitioners, Mary Wisman and Andrew King at 45 Cranston Street, Lisa Gonzalez of 69 Sheridan, Elena Hale of 47 to 49 Cranston, Rosanna Rivera of 2 to 4 Paul Gore Street, and Marissa Perazzi of 77 Sheridan Street.
Okay, thank you. And is there anybody on the line representing the owner of the property at 73 Sheridan?
Lee and Jeff Goodman, 1705 Columbus Ave, Jamaica Plain 02119.
And Don Weist for the for Watermark Development with the Dane Torpy firm, 745 Atlantic Avenue.
Okay. Okay, so the board heard this case, and we heard testimony and received information from all sides. Knowing that there's representation from everybody, I am going to ask Mr. Ehrlich to make a motion, please.
So the situation on this case is the plaintiff suggested that ISD erred in issuing the permit. The problem is that there is some conflict in the code. There is conflicting criteria about how many units are allowable in a situation like this. There's one amount in the code and then another amount in the footnote, and that's the basis of the opposition. But we are tasked with, in a situation like that, of deferring to ISD as long as their decision is reasonable. I believe the decision was reasonable, and as such, I'm going to make a motion that ISD did not err in issuing this permit.
Can we put that interpretation on the record? Because I just want to see, I want to hear what that interpretation is, please.
No, we will not put up anything on the record because we will just have your motion, the motion that's here. May I have a second, please?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So ISD did not err in issuing the permit. There is, however, clearly a need to refresh the code so that internal inconsistencies are responded to and dealt with. Okay, thank you. The meeting is now adjourned. However, the board